is my video. I wonder if do you know if we are live right now?
I have to check.
Yeah, we are live now. Okay, great. This is perfect. Amazing. Fucking amazing. Okay, so I won't be able to advertise this more than on use my server. So this is it. Right. So yeah, here we're gonna trans Best of the Green Party. And I will say enjoy because it's really fucking funny. If I'm able to do it good. I don't know if I'm gonna do a good job. I don't know if I'm gonna do a good job, but I will try. So and I think I'm gonna just because I think I'm gonna used to do a little bit. I want to do it a little bit slower than what I think, just so that I can be able to translate it properly.
Fair.
I have been on the line several times to say, we ignore this. For our part, it's pointless to continue cooperation with the Green Party because they are offensive, they are rude, they're slamming doors, and they're lying. Because the society today is not the Green Party's proposition. Oh, fuck, I hate this. Thank you. Mr. Spokesman, we're adding resources to Swedish education. I have hard to understand how you're allowing the teachers to leave. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but like it's really hard to hear this old guy because I need to like heighten the volume. Holy shit. Okay. But I'm not gonna repeat that. I'm just gonna, if it does happen, I'm just gonna skip it and keep going. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, sounds fair.
Okay, good. I have to drink. Holy fuck, this is so nervous. It's gonna be this is gonna be the worst live stream ever. Trust me. This is my lowest.
Learning experience.
Yeah, it's just a trial by error, I suppose, because it's fucking hard to do.
Eller yrkeserfarenhet eller yrkesutbildning att vara med och rusta upp sina och sina grannars bostäder.
Education used to improve yours or your neighbors' living spaces doesn't really make sense to me, but now he has spoken for 40 minutes. And he's only suggested spending 40 millions. There is no one has that much money as you do. Oh god, it's so hard to keep up. I have to pause myself just because, and if I pause, you can add something to what I was saying, but it's really hard to keep up.
Yeah, once there has been enough said, like that the Green Party people asking for money that no one actually can provide. That's normal.
Yeah, no. Your point there. That's actually really interesting insight. Everyone should work less. Everyone should be more free. You have a bottomless stash of money. You're like the boy with golden pants. This is how we saved the school on the 101st days. Today, the report came today. There we will research among 15 years old when it comes to math, natural science, and reading capability. 1,000 teach. I can't even read this. I didn't promise to fix the school in 100 days, even though we literally did. This is how we saved the school in 100 days. Here's later. I did not promise to fix the school in 100 days. That's 100 days later.
100 days later.
Yeah, another rule I have to add is that if I pause, feel free to comment anything, because that's just how this is gonna work. Well, if I guess it's only been 1.5 minutes, Jesus Christ. The legend of Åsa Romson, also known as the donkey ransom. Like, Jonas have said, and then it's Jan, then it's Annie. Yeah, 6 men and 2 women. That's how we got it in Swedish politics. 6 of 8 parties are ruled by men and 2 aren't. It's still that way in Sweden. In Sweden, 2014, men have more bigger positions. And women earn 3.6 million SEK less than men during their lifetime. That's terrible.
I wonder if there could be any kind of explanation for that.
I think it can. Holy shit, this woman fucking... She's like the most regressive bitch, and she's like super... I said it before, she speaks about men the way Nazis speak of undesirables.
Well, yeah, that's typical.
I can also suspect it might even go together. If it's only a bunch of men, white heterosexual men, with power, then you're gonna construct a society who's gonna fit best for white heterosexual men. And that's so wrong, because the most of us, we are not white heterosexual men. We are humans.
Okay. Yeah, she's actually correct. Statistically, most people aren't even men. So
yeah, it's like we are not white middle-aged men. Most of us, we are human.
Like, I like how it dehumanizes the heterosexual white men. They are not part of the
so
humans.
I guess not us. Not even you, actually, because you're very young.
Yeah, there's like that dichotomy. Like, there's white, heterosexual, middle-aged men, and then there's humans. There's a contrast to that.
Yeah.
Very important distinction.
And what they were shouldn't see here, he's not in the Green Party, by the way. I don't like him, but he isn't. He's she, right? And here he says that she is putting a gum underneath the table in the parliament.
That's childish to criticize, but it's also like such a childish thing to do. Like,
it's
what
funny.
a school kid does.
Oh Lord. Oh, the reason why I think it's so slow is because I slowed it down so people watching, there's too many times have rape accused men been freed, even when women have. It's not very strange that young women are overrepresented in the group who feel bad, and underrepresented in the group who have in power, because or else Sweden would bet money and teachers in school for everyone to be better. We would already have a ban on sexist commercial. We should inform consent laws.
Pause. How old is this? But I thought they had like the system where you have to get like a written consent through an SMS or something.
No, that's not the law. The law is that you can't have sex with someone without consent. So if you, for example, So if you, for example, accuse someone of having sex for rape, you only need to prove that they didn't get consent, but you still need to prove that you didn't say yes, which is kind of hard to prove. Like if you say, "Oh, that guy raped me," right, and then you have to prove that he didn't say that you didn't consent.
So the thing is just a way to have some sort of proof by sending each other messages consenting.
Well, technically, if a couple have sex with each other with neither one verbally consents, then it's both people would be equally guilty in that regard, because a male who's have sex with a woman is not, that's illegal, but if a woman has sex with a man without his consent, it's also illegal. It's like equally illegal. It's like the same. So if two people have sex with each other, they have consent laws, but the consent laws are gender neutral.
Okay.
So if a woman and a man have sex, then both have to have consent, not just one way.
Has anyone proposed the business idea of selling condoms that come with a little contract attached that you just have to sign?
No, yeah, but people could do that if they want to. I don't know.
Maybe that's a way to make money.
Mm-hmm. And he's basically, I don't remember what he said, but he's asking her the Green Party want to abolish the military. Oh Lord. It's not actually. Would we then stop an attack by violence? You want to speculate how many thousand? Now it sounds like 10,000 German faggots are gonna come to Sweden. We should allow young women. That we ask when there are young women that what is most important is about the environment and the climate. Most important question among the most important question. Look, she refused to take his hand. He's ending it. Sometimes the sentence it doesn't make sense, so my translation doesn't make sense either. And sometimes the sense is out of context.
I actually, like, from what she actually said that you could translate, I believe you 100%.
Definitely, you're correct. Okay, the climate today are in great need of political war horses. This gang with men, prime minister, financial minister, minister this and that, are a bunch of resistant donkeys. We are going to move on. You are appalled by the government budget on this organization because they're restricting growth. This organization is having all the organizations, all the companies, and I can't translate this because it's a really weird word. You know how it's hard to translate certain words. That's why I had to pause. These companies, we are seeing a very serious propositions who are all, you can't tell that they're anything else but hostile towards companies. They want to increase the tax on they're gonna increase the tax on nuclear, creating a lot of insecurity with hundreds of thousands of employees and millions of patients by increasing taxes. You're increasing taxes further. You're punishing people for getting an education. Who got me some more? Even more marginal taxes. More taxing on improving the industry. This is important for the companies in all the countries. It's not just a question about Stockholm. Market commercially make it more expensive to employ young people and pensioners. We need to have more people to work longer. I could continue the list, but this is one of the few important assignments, and we are very disappointed and appalled. Yes, Swedish nutritionists are saying that they are appalled by your budget propositions. I don't agree with that. Women are better role model, are better basis than men for politics. It is like this. Men are having more ambition than women. Men eat more meat and eat more car, and they fly more, and they're less likely to change their behavior in order to adapt to the climate.
Just pause here.
Simplify, we can say that. I just want to say that. Yeah, go on.
No, sure. No. I was like, wanted to ask, like, isn't Sweden already in a really high percentage of taxes? I hear that certain countries in Scandinavia is like almost 50% of your income is taxes.
It's not that much in that country, but I think that there was all the proposition they want to make in an organization called Swedish Nutritions, which is like literally the only way I can translate it, because I don't know if Anglophones can even hear the words nodding sleep, because it's like a lot of words sound just like in different languages. They sound like muffles when you if you don't translate them. That was so hard to translate all that, because and it's like nutrition life. It was really hard. It's really weird, but yeah, they basically want to increase taxes on basically everything. That the woman letter than I just told you what that was meant.
Like all these very, very lovely assumptions about men that she surely can prove statistically. I wonder if she's one of those people who also say men are equal to women and all men are pigs. Because, like, yeah, of course, like men fly more than women. Like, I haven't observed that. Maybe she means like business flights. Out of the people I know, the people who fly more for vacations are actually women. But I would not extrapolate that to be like a statistical fact. It's just like some people like to go on vacation with an airplane and eat meat.
Indeed, right? And because like if you don't differentiate between like flying for your job, you make money, and flying to spend money. That's why I say men make more when women spend more money, right? Which is true, right? Our friend made a video about that, right? And it's like, and if you make money, then you're literally supporting your family, and that's not the same as spending money.
Well, also, I'm pretty sure that young successful men, or even older successful men who fly for business, when they fly with their girlfriends or wives, they probably pay for everything. So, and the woman can go like luxury shopping and shit. I know that's a cliche, I know, but she's listing cliches, so why can't I?
Well, if you compare spending gap to wage gap, then which is just due to like people.
What was it? 75% of all buying decisions are made by women. That's a much stronger discrepancy than any alleged pay gap ever was.
Exactly, but she's not going to bring it up. The rich men are creating the emissions, and the most poor women are the biggest victims. This is really, when you look in Sweden and Europe and the world, it is like this. The passive climate politics, to put the lazy men ahead of women and children. It is this what the Green Party are here to question.
Okay, just one more thing. She says poor women are the biggest victims, but most poor people are men. So how are the few people who are poor, who are women, most victimized?
I have no fucking... She didn't explain that. She said that. That was a statement. Or
It
rather,
is
an assertion.
that's her style. She just puts out like
Assertion.
assertions, and I wonder if anyone ever questions her fucking assertions. Like that's all bollocks. Sorry, go on.
We in the Green Party are questioning why. What's it saying that the man who is in his city jeep should be ahead of the women who always take the public transport? We are questioning what's saying that the men who are flying on business trip should get his own service while the female student doesn't have anywhere to live. We in the Green Party, you are worried about your pension. Are you? No, I'm not. You're saving for pension? No, I don't think I save for pension. Someone said it's useless to do that nowadays. I'm bad at planning the economy. It usually figures itself out. We in the Green Party questioning as well what is saying that the Swedish man's right to eat meat every day is ahead of the Sudanese women right to not have her farm destroyed by climate change. We have to be there to still ask this question, and we have to be able to. We have to dare question these norms, because the climate politics shows that the world are in a desperate need for feminist politics. Oh Lord. Åsa Damsson, you are leader, colleague of the Green Party. As you heard, you want to increase the gas tax. What is that the right way to go? We have concluded 30 million have been invested. Now I need to ask you, reading the Alliance manifesto, the Green Party are very good at yelling loud rather than work hard. You are increasing the emission. We have it in black and white. It was during your government. Now they want us in a time. Let me explain. In these new caves was decided during the time when you were in the government. Your suggestions. I want to see my children survive. Feminist tax policy. That's why the Environment Party, after 8 years of tax reduction, we dare to suggest to increase taxes with 40,000 SEK in the month. And it's mainly men who will be affected. She said that the environmental minister, she's not living up to the party's politics. The Express are confronting her, and they have evidence that they have been painting her car, her boat with a poisoned color. Are you asking me about painting? It's important. Here's a picture of you, and you're painting with a very poisonous color that is killing microbes. No. My perception. We have asked various questions about the color. We are aware of that it's copper-based, and it is some problems with that, but it's very low amounts, and it has been approved. The Green Party's Åsa Ramsson and her boyfriend They use this to sail the Baltic Sea.
Okay, pause.
They're explaining that this boat is a great environmental threat.
But it's of course the colors uses copper because it does kill like microorganisms, like they said. That's why this color is used. But like she can't just say, "Oh, it is necessary for this to stay well," like just so it doesn't break apart. She just evades the fucking question. Like you could just be honest and say, "I don't want my boat to fall apart." Why she has a boat if she's such an environmentalist? That's another question.
I mean, like the most people when they're environmentalists, they not really. It tend to be because they are not like live and let live. They're not like libertarian minded. They're basically like, it's that all the people are doing it. That's wrong, and I want to stop that. It's not about you doing you. It's about make sure other people don't do what you don't want them to do. That's basically
it's standard. Like the state needs to prevent people, not me, but people who do things like the stuff I do, from doing the stuff that I will continue doing because I'm special and everybody else should suffer. That's typical. I also like the part earlier, like when she she implied that this all Sudanese farmers are women. Like maybe that's true, but I have a hard time believing that.
But she basically just mentioned that it's only like the women. She didn't really give shit explain anything else about. She just, I don't know why. I think it's just because she wanted to say the man as the bad guy and the women as the victim. Like I don't know why, because she's not fucking backing it out with like anything. It's just like it's just fucking retarded. It's fucking
also I'm curious, like he translated that she wants to raise taxes for men. Like I wonder how that could even be feasible.
Oh no,
like...
he wanted to raise the tax with 40,000 SEK, which is the currency of Sweden as a SEK. That's the currency if anybody knows that, right? And that's mainly going to affect men. And then she smiled while saying it.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Like she looks at earning brackets and like, this one will affect the man negatively. I love that. Okay.
Yeah, exactly what she said. Okay, now we keep going. Year round. This is requiring that you're painting with certain bottom colors. It is a big problem for the Baltic Sea that you're using a lot of bottom colors that are affecting microbes. But is it okay that... But next time it's time to paint, you're going to use copper-based color again. I'm going to use the best product possible and the environmental best product that this old wooden boat can have. The Express are confronting the Prime Minister. Here is your Vice Prime Minister, Åsa Romson, and painting her boat with toxic color that is harming the plant life in the Baltic Sea. A color that the Green Party instead on their own political platform saying you shouldn't use. Well, that is Åsa Romson's own thing. Åsa Romson is going to I think she's going to pick the most environmental friendly, but she hasn't. I think she's going to do it in the future. I will give the urn to Åsa Romson, the Green Party. Temporary asylum for... It is just like Stefan said. This is not the way to be the country, welcoming people who need protection. We are seeing today that there are more people fleeing, like ever since the Second World War in Europe. We're making the Mediterranean to the new Auschwitz. Why did you use Auschwitz as an example? Nah, you use that. You want to use examples of history when you get frustrated. when you're seeing human crimes, you are adding it's hard to find the right word of power, and I would apologize to some of the groups if there is any crime against the Jews and gypsies and homosexuals.
Pause. So, I have a feeling that Disney just fired this lady. Oh wait, no, he doesn't work for Disney, so she's all fine.
No, she actually she's not the minister anymore, because the Green Party, they basically change ministers like every other year. And the problem with that is if you are a politician in Sweden for a time in parliament, you get a pension for life, taxpayer. And she's getting that now, so
that's egregious.
Yeah. And they also finally mentioned, all the victims, and then she basically wanted to explain how people were confronting about it. Use Auschwitz as an example. She said, well, I would apologize to other victims of Hitler's of what Hitler did. And then she said, like the Jews, the gypsies, and the homosexuals. The Jews, the gypsies, and homosexuals.
Yeah, that's very informed, very wholesome, holistic, even.
No, but the point, but don't you get my point? She said gypsy.
Of course, like, it's not like she's the kind of person who would persecute someone for saying that word. No. She's all in favor for people calling gypsies gypsies.
Yeah, and
that proved it.
It's like in the past. in the past, when she literally said, when she talked about that you wanted to like abolish the military. What do you think gonna happen? Like 1,000 German faggots are gonna invade the country. She literally said that.
She's so inclusive that she thinks that it's okay to like, it would be discriminatory to not use a slur against the gays.
But she used the term faggot and the term gypsy, which are both slurs, right? And she uses it like publicly. It's like fucking funny, and it's so.
It's like we always see these people, this kind of person, that they are trying to. They always try to evade that, but they are the most racist, homophobic, transphobic piece of shit, and she doesn't even try to hide it. Maybe she tries, but she fails. She still says the words, and it's
it's fucking amazing. It's really funny. Oh my god! The beginning saying these things that he have been doing, and he's been working for the Green Party. Oh my god, this is a juicy one. Jesus Christ! He has been in charge of Muslims for a hard situation like 9/11, harder positions for Muslims like 9/11. 9/11. Oh 9/11 accident. She called it an accident. He has been protecting Muslims during what's reputations after the 9/11 accidents.
That's a new conspiracy theory. It was just an accident, man. Come on.
9/11 accidents. What? You have to translate this. 9/11 accidents. This happened recently. That you mentioned. That what happened 9/11. What happened in New York and the terrorist attacks. You refer to that as accidents, and that made social media blow up. It was a longer statement. The accident for the situation for the Muslims in Sweden. What happened in conjunction with 9/11? That is the accident. That we got a hard debate around immigration, how society is growing, different religions side by side. The environmental leader and vice minister are critic hard on social media after writing on Twitter during the ongoing terrorist attack in Paris. But first accusing her Okay, I can't. I translate this. Now I don't have to listen, so I can just say it. The most serious happened in Paris right now can make it harder for the climate top meeting in December, when as over 100 government head of states have planned for this. You see that being said. That was the reaction. Oh, it's so sad that this terrorist attack happened in Paris, because now it's gonna make it harder for the meeting for the climate meeting, because over 100 heads of states have been planning this, planning to participate.
That's the real tragedy here, right?
Indeed, that's what people, they were saying that they were like grilling her on social media for tweeting this, which they should, by the way, which they should. To participate. Even Prime Minister Stefan Löfven are going over Twitter. He's saying that it was an inappropriate statement. Löfven is saying that it's not focused on what happened with the environmental conference, but it's most important is to express sympathy with the victims and their families. A few hours later, Åsa Ramsson had removed her tweet and recognizing a different tweet that she's condoling having condolences for the victims. After only 10 months with the Green Party's immigration politics, the government are forced to reduce in the immigration to avoid the country collapsing. Here is also Ramsson's reaction to that. Sweden have, like the Prime Minister just pointed out, more asylum seekers than ever before. 80,000 on only 2 months. In a very short time frame. A lot of people who today needs to be taken care of in a good way in Sweden. It's going to be during this period with proud for us when history is written. But together, but at the same time, there needs to be laws to make other countries step forward and take the responsibility. It's important for the Green Party to care for the children and the families with children, and that they are being discriminated when it comes to the new immigration rules. The communal communities are forward to a lot of tests, especially the social services, school, child care, trauma care, and dental care. We continued the work from the government side to be a priority to care for the welfare, which the government will, I don't know what that means. It's important to grow, to meet a growing population during this short time, with this lack of living spaces this gonna come with. Sweden stands for tolerance, for a great reciprocation, also to combat racism, racist discrimination. according to this, the government will care for the society's work and impose resources where it works, and also fight racism and discrimination. We should use private living spaces for recipient immigrants. The people should be part and help in this situation to care of the establishment. This is a list of things that we can do to extend the need for the capacity for immigration, good welcoming and establishment of immigrants.
We pause.
We need to stick to the truth. Okay, now we can say. That is what he said.
So
Go on.
did I understand that correctly? Like, she's arguing that the Swedes need to accept certain. They have to accommodate. They have to like step back and help out, because all of these people in need. If you don't help them, then that would be racist. So the Swedes shouldn't like. Was he saying the Swedes should just suffer a little bit to help those people?
I mean that they should use private living spaces, like to accommodate migrants.
So
and
to take the 30-year-old dude who says he's 13 into your home, because of all the children. Like this was a story like 4 years ago that so many of those children were actually like men with beards.
Oh yeah, it's a fun fact. It's that another bloke, he basically made a video about how these immigrants they're basically like gigolos for old cat ladies in Sweden.
Oh yeah, that happened in Germany as well. Like,
And
then I actually have a lot of sympathy for those poor fuckboys, because that's not what they came to Europe for, like to be a fuckboy for an old cat lady. But maybe she already has a plan for her future. I don't know.
No, she's not one of those, because she had like a boyfriend who she lives with, but she's not married, and she's the vice minister in a country, which is like, oh gosh, I'm being so old-fashioned, but come on.
Hey, also, like, depending on when this video was taped, like it was already a couple of years ago that 1 in 10 people living in Sweden was a recent migrant. So how many more does she want to bring in? 10% of the population sounds like a bit much.
Okay, now he's basically, now here's the reality, and now we're gonna keep up to that. Here's the reality. The reality we have now. I'm sorry, but I don't think anyone for less than a half year ago could to fathom that this number of people would apply for asylum in Sweden, as we have seen during this autumn. And that's the reason. When you have this information, when the migratory organizations' numbers got, doesn't this show the Swedish migration politics have been extreme, and it can't be for a long term? Is this just a short-sighted change, or is this like a long-term change? We can't have a politics that is going to be different in all the EU countries. My party and Social Democrats, in the same way, are standing by a humane asylum politics that have the standards we have seen in Sweden the last years. In this situation, we are feeling forced to temporarily reduce to international minimum level. Do you think there can be a return to the refugee politics because of the effects that we now see as Sweden are now different than other EU countries. The asylum rules we have seen the recent year is the type of asylum policy we would like to see in Sweden. But this needs to be considered in regard to our reality, and the day's reality is a big crisis around Syria, but not just there, but other countries, and that leads we have more refugees in the world since the Second World War, and it's have a Europe that should take this mutual responsibilities we're expecting. What of all these things to do was the hardest to decide on? Well, this were clearly me and my party, and the only party are the sole deciders. For us, it's been very important to see this in the white eye. I'll be completely honest. The last time we have a really difficult debate within the party when it comes to the picture of reality. But the last time I've been completely convinced the best way to help my Green Party municipal councils is to still do something.
Okay, pause. What does that even mean?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Like if you have like a lot of things to say, then that would be kind of nice, because the soonest you have a lot of things to say that we can interject into the conversation, let me know so I can take the opportunity to go to the bathroom.
Oh, if you need to, just go on. I'm just gonna try to rant a bit, if that's okay.
Yeah, but or would you prefer if you wait a little bit so if you have something more to say about a certain topic, and then
if you don't need to go urgently.
No, I don't need to go urgently. I want to go, but I think that the best way would be like if you basically want to have a lot of things to comment, then I can take the opportunity to go when that happens.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Just gonna take some notes here.
Awesome. The Green Party want to increase the recipients of refugees. Around the world, maybe around 40 million refugees are on the run, either outside the country or internal refugees. It's a lot of people, of course. And a question for Gustav Fridolin is how we can help all these people to come to Sweden. It doesn't go together. If it's like this, you don't think we should take in all these refugees can come. How many is it about? I think it's a relevant question. How many more can Sweden still receive? Jimmy Åkesson is asking me for a number. And I want to remind you, it's not about numbers. It is about humans. It's humans that are coming when it's burning in the world. I've told you before, and I'll tell you again. Never become part-time something. Never become part-time fireman. Because if you see it burning something, we should help you to put the fire out. But if your rhetoric say, what you should go there and put it out. But if someone comes here and it's burning a fire, we should send them all back again. And a global responsibility cannot be that way. When we see it's burning somewhere, we should help put it out. We should also ask Swedish weapon export, Swedish international work, when it comes to foreign aid, it starts with, we should also help with people who flee. You asked a question about numbers. Let me. apply, but a question about humans.
Så tycker du
What do you think
att vi ska agera
we should do
när
when
europeisk
European
flyktingpolitik
refugee politics
sjunker i Medelhavet?
leads to boat sinking in the Mediterraneans
Massiva humanitära katastrofer.
with massive humanitarian disaster?
Problemet är, herr talman, är
Problem is, Mr. Spokesman,
det handlar visst om syfte.
the problem is it is about numbers.
Kostar pengar.
It is gonna cost money.
Gustaf Fridolin talar om det här brinnande huset. Så
When he's talking about the burning house, I don't understand.
själv säger
Because in practice he's saying is that
Miljöpartiet
the Green Party want to help
en egen bil,
those with their own car
en bussbiljett,
and those with the bus tickets
åtminstone från det här huset långt bort.
from this house far away. Those are the people the Green Party want to help. And you're meaning then that that's the most sensible. At first in the house, and then it would be more effective people who are fleeing a burning house in that way. This makes no sense. It's not about not cost, it's about humans. The Green Party is an extremist party. What do you mean by that? We have here a complete opposite conception for the environment, because the Green Party wanted non-violent solutions to defense. That's an extremist perception. They are opponents to prisons, and they want to have gender studies in preschool. The Green Party is the most extreme party. They want free immigration. They want to push it during Minister Persson with amnesty for illegal immigrants, for a complete free immigration, and that's an extremist that's extremist politics. It always matters who is going to be the third biggest. We are a party who always have our perception for the future of the children and what is the best for the children. The Green Party wants, among others, that all the single coming on the 15th, we're about to stay. What we can do with a group of lonely coming refugees, it is about the world is a very difficult and terrible place. What will happen if they're going to be here for a long time? Well, for that way, we should give them free, a human perspective, and give them free health care and education. I think that is a shocking development. It's a much more restrictive politics than what I've seen the recent years. To directly reject people at the border. To not maintain the right of asylum, to abolish their right. I think that a very dangerous development when you start talking about abolishing basic human rights. Temporary asylum seeking is bad, because it's very important when you're coming to a new country from war and persecution, that you're safe to stay, that you can be established in the society. If you get temporary asylum, if you're temporary asylum, you don't feel that safe. Then make it harder to learn the language, to get a job, to get a place to live, and establish oneself in the society. The idea to lower the welfare for the people who are coming here of all the people who have coming as refugees that I've met the recent years, everyone are very interested to get a job, to get into society, but they don't need more motivation. And they don't need motivation for decreased welfare would make them poorer. Did you say pause?
No, but that's a lot to unpack here.
Do you want to unpack it when I go to the bathroom?
I can try.
Okay, that's lovely.
Be
Because I
quick.
really
I don't know how long this will take.
Okay, be right back.
So this is the assumption that even like saying 40 million refugees are on the move. I don't know where they get that number, but the mere assumption that the fact, like, I'm pretty sure that number counts the ones that are taking refuge in nearby countries like Lebanon, shit like that. And I don't mean it in a derogatory sense, just for lack of a better word. These people, if they were given the opportunity to come to Sweden, yes, they would prefer to be in Sweden compared to Lebanon, or if everyone has seen the state of those camps there, that's not nice. But like Sweden has now 10 million or a little bit more citizens. So how many? If 10% is not enough, like when will they say? I mean, they have a lot of space. And then this assumption that they shouldn't send back people who cause problems because it doesn't help the source of the problem that they even fled from. Like, so, like, how many crimes can you condone if someone has had a harsh time, like in the home country? Like, how much shit will you take from those people? It's sad, but why would you make that your problem to such a large degree? And just the assumption that people not wanting mass migration causes people to die in the Mediterranean Sea it's like a false equation, because during the first wave of the pandemic, the ships that would go collect them at the shores of Libya couldn't do that. People stopped drowning because they didn't take that risk, because they knew that there was no chance to be saved. And yeah, there's so much bullshit. Like, it's not about what we can afford, it's about feelings. Jesus fucking Christ. It is about what the country can afford. How can it not be?
Like, if you're going to talk about feelings, then that makes perfect sense if you want to use your own money, right? But now this people about using other people's money, right? Like, not just by justifying with democracy, but also without a democratic mandate. So therefore, it's very much about money, because it's other people's money, and that's better, because other people's values are not yours to decide. Like, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about the politicians. They're not there to decide.
Yeah, like, the world is a difficult and terrible place. Therefore, we should give the underdogs of the situation free healthcare and education. I mean, it sounds good in theory.
Yeah, but like the taxpayers, they're not underdogs. They can fuck off, I suppose, according to them.
And of course, you should be able to reject people at the border carte blanche with good reason. Like, to not do that would be insane. Like, of course, you need checks and balances. Like, not everyone who says he's a refugee that needs help is actually fleeing a war, and some of them are actually easily verified to be terrorists, which has been a problem for many European countries. Many of the attacks in the last couple of years could have been prevented if there was more checks at the borders.
Yes, and it's so bad. They basically say, like, the policies that are leading to, like, people dying in the Mediterranean. Yeah, it is, because if they had the same policies with a more restrictive, like Australia, there would be no people trying to do that, and there would be less people drowning.
Like in the first wave of the pandemic, where the ships of those NGOs weren't allowed to leave ports, people stopped drowning because they knew there was no one to pick them up, so they didn't even take the risk. Less death. Sounds good to me.
They're basically suggesting the opposite. They're basically saying that the fix to the problem is the reason for the problem, and the cause of the problem is the actual reason for the problem, which is crazy.
Yeah, just like this whole like I don't know if it was your translation, but it sounded like that they shouldn't force integration on temporary asylum seekers, but they should still give them like all the healthcare, all the opportunities. Like, oh, these people want to work, but do they want to integrate to a point where you can give them work that actually makes the employer money?
I don't fucking know. It's weird.
I just think like even temporary asylum seekers should be expected to integrate, because you don't know how long a war will take, especially if they have children. Like, I know it's a double-edged sword. Like, then they say, oh, but my child has gone to school here for 4 years. It would be unfair to make us go back. But then again, that was the idea of asylum in the first place. It was never designed to just you stay here forever now because you come from a terrible place.
Yeah, the other idea of asylum, not otherwise it's called immigration. The reason why you get asylum is because you have a reason to. You don't really like get asylum because yeah, you don't get it because you'd like it better, because all countries are bad. So if everybody then everybody would be allowed to go to the best country. How do you decide that? That means everybody should be able to go wherever they wanted all the time because they think it's better.
Yeah.
Or that you can only take immigrants from countries that the country considered to be worse than itself, which is like really weird. Like, why would you only want immigrants from those countries? It's really weird.
Yeah, and lately people even use the term economic refugees, like instead of economic migrants. And like, so you're saying that they are from a country that is currently failing, therefore the best and most able-bodied of them should come here to make a living here, so that will make what better? I guess their lives, of course, but that's not a sustainable solution.
Indeed. How is but the establishment in society a better opportunity to get better Swedish for immigrants? Have you any concrete examples to lead them into the establishment? People are worried about the turning this debate have been taking. If you are discussing people like problems and cost in this way, you're risking to benefit xenophobic. What are your ideas? That would be, for example, for all municipalities to get responsible for the asylum seekers, so they can go into society. We want to improve Swedish education for immigrants. I didn't understand that. These are concrete examples that would lead to a better establishment society. Isn't it that way that Sweden have been taking in a lot more than other countries? Yeah, most definitely. Other EU countries need to take more responsibility. And that's there. We need to be a country that is really putting pressure for other countries so that they could abide by the mutual asylum law that are established within the EU. We should make other countries do more, not do less ourselves.
Of course.
And treat people worse and worse. Okay, yeah, that's lots mixture.
Other countries need large no-go zones as well. It can't be that we solve the Swedish problem that we created, like with people throwing hand grenades into police. What's it called? We don't need to solve that problem. The other countries need to have the same problem, so we're all equal.
Exactly. And she doesn't even think it's a bad thing. She thinks it's like a good thing to be like Sweden when it comes to that. It's fucking insane. One of people said the same thing about Swedish market deregulation would be a good thing too. No, of course he wouldn't. That's why all the leftist parties love America when it comes to regulation. They should just admit that. And give people worse and worse opportunities in societies. We should do opposite to get all the people on in a positive education, in a larger outreach to stand up for the asylum right. And this must be the role of Sweden. And this what I see Swedish thing to do in EU politics. And now the new party of environment is in certain fields. Gang violence is another. We have methods to work with criminality, and we should do that. But you haven't succeeded very well, and I think most of us agree with that. It is like the bull who is sitting under the tree and smelling his flower while it's a complete chaos around it. And there is big problems in these suburbs, and we need to work to straighten the school, the entire society, gym classes, no sport. What's she speaking about? We should increase the social engagement, the sports, and so on. But you have money over these areas for decennia, but it doesn't help because the majority of society, the Swedish society, need to go in and reclaim these areas, which are taking our control over organized criminals and religious extremism. I want to give police the resources for real. Do something with organized crime. But we have almost one shooting at a day in this country. Sweden is in crisis in many ways. We have huge problems with segregation, with a welfare that can't meet the needs that is there. And we should talk about it. It's a lot to do when you're government. When we're an opposition politician, I will keep talking about the problems that exist in this country, regardless if you want to ignore them or not. You said in the beginning, it's a completely different picture of Sweden, and there is among your circles, Sweden should have a democracy, have a feminist lead, with a good for the economy. We have a very high occupation. The occupation level is very high. It's very high in Sweden. Are we really opposing democracy by pointing out problems? I have never closed my eye for these problems. But how do I oppose democracy by pointing out those problems? When you're saying that we in society have a way of solving this. Everything is nice, and if you have a problem, then you're dumb. We're saying that there are many pictures like you do. Of course, there are things that are good, but there are also things that are bad as well. We can't sweep that under the rug, and that is what you have been doing. Your party want rather point into several people groups. You're not saying anything about that now, because you sat in seat in Congress about immigration is the reason for our problem. And this is going against democracy. Immigration have created these areas that are bad. There's a problem with crime. It's been much in center for a longer time now. It is the battle for description of reality lost for Stefan Löfven, the Prime Minister. To change it to something different, there's something different in these amounts that are left until the election. It's very difficult for a smaller party like the Green Party. Do you want a free immigrant to Sweden? Wouldn't that involve a problem if the economic development in the country had to oversupport more people? At the same time, it is this way. It's not. It's not a problem. It is this way. If you ask development of the population, the Statistics Central Bureau have themselves said in the comments that we will not be close to increase immigration to the point that we would need to be able to withhold this welfare society we got. It is this Sweden is relative less than need than other Western European first world country have a greater need. The entire first world would need mass immigration to be able to withhold the welfare state. This is the best example. For 50, 70 years, would they go from 120 immigrants to 90 million? We need a lot, very much immigration. That's what we're doing in Sweden. Exactly. And we should be happy about that. Stepping up immigration.
Okay, pause.
We're gonna evolve into a real. Okay, come on.
Yeah, but I hear this. This is touted a lot, like in Germany and Switzerland, especially, that we need this constant influx of migrants, which in the case of Switzerland is mostly German, highly educated people that pay into the pension system and shit like that, you know. Because we have a pyramid scheme as our pension system. But what the Swedish are and have been doing is they import people that are a large proportion of, like, I think last time I checked, almost half of the recipients, or if even a little more than half the recipients of welfare in Sweden are among this million migrants. So it is different from the argument that the other countries are making, that they need educated, hardworking people to pay into the system because the system is a pyramid scheme. Like they have inverted the pyramid. Like the debt is rising, and they just use taxpayer money to subsidize the system, whereas we don't, because that would be like that. Just right, you just make debt and you just raise taxes all the time, and he says that's a good thing.
Yeah, he said that in order to preserve the welfare state, we need mass immigration, and we cannot have as much migration as now that we would need to maintain the welfare state.
But he ignoring the fact that that too many of those migrants are on welfare themselves, that they're not paying into the system.
Yeah, he's ignoring that, definitely. But he's not to say the worst. He's going to say the most offensive thing ever. Like this, for me, it's going to be the worst of the whole video.
So it's good that I addressed this part now, so we don't have to address both things.
And I actually think that's going to be so bad that I'm actually going to turn on my camera.
Okay.
You're going to get flashbacks when you see this.
Go on. Like if you can handle it mentally.
I think I can try. I will, but I will be. I might not be that visible because I will be.
What you just said was already fucking insane. So I'm quite curious how we can top that shit.
It's gonna sound like the last time we did a live stream. It is. We need to be a multicultural country. There are many people coming here. In Malmö, speak the Swedish people are in the minority. It's a third part of the country after the boat church and other places. What do you mean with Swedish? I don't think they're in the majority. I think the most people in Malmö have Swedish passport. And if you're a Swedish passport, you're Swedish. I mean, ethnically Swedish. I'm not interested about that. I'm interested to discuss it. That's just silly. That's racist. Is it silly to suggest that ethnically Swedish people exist? Yes. I heard a male voice say the lack of housing is mainly due to immigration, and I thought I was gonna faint. When I go half past 9 about to go to go for something to eat, because a lot of ladies by 8-10 o'clock. Is that a lady's fault for the meal to be over? You need to have the right conclusion. In Mexico, 400 years ago, it was a man called Cesar. He had a restaurant, and the night, the 4th July, his food were about to go out, and he was wondering what he should do. He was trying to find whatever potential to do within his kitchen, and made a salad with chicken. He would never even come up with blaming that the food were over because of the Americans who were there celebrating the National Day. There are several reasons. People are moving in here. It's been a student city. But to not mention immigration as one reason for the lack of housing in Sweden, it's wrong. Thank you. And that the Swedes were over 10 was because the old lady. Here is Rebecca pulling out roses for a general immigration politics, who is going to attract young people to the Green Party. What the Green Party have done is completely gross. In this weekend, she's going to represent a youth organization in Congress, and then suggest that all asylum seekers underneath 26 who have to wait so long, that they have waited so long, would automatically be allowed to stay. We are going to be deleting the politicians to change things, who want to show that we young can affect what we say that actually matter for the politics. 2 or 3 people who are voting for the Green Party doesn't know anyone who is an immigrant. The Green Party are infiltrated by Islamists.
Do you want to pause here?
Oh my God! Thank you.
So, the first thing, like the stand-up thing, like they already said in the UK, like it only matters if you have a passport. Like, fuck the native population. Like they are racist if they care about themselves. That was the part. That was a big face palm, really. But this, oh my God, what do you think?
He basically said that the native people cannot say that they exist because that's racist, which means that, like if you basically say that, imagine saying in the United States that Native Americans don't exist, and that's racist. Imagine saying that the ethnically English doesn't exist, that's right, which they say. So ethnically, if say that Bretons doesn't exist, that they are not, that's to say that racist. They basically say that opposition to genocide is racist.
If you're not racist, you will embrace your replacement. And I remember a time when I thought that people saying, "Oh, this is like this, they will do this replacement thing." There's no evidence of that. I remember myself being younger saying, Oh, there's literally no evidence of that. And now we have Swedish politicians not just saying that it happens, but that it's a good thing, and that anyone who thinks that the native population should be any priority is a racist.
No, he said that Swedish people, ethnically Swedish people, doesn't exist.
They don't even exist. Like they're not even. They can't be a priority because they don't even exist. Like there's no real Swedish people. It's just.
Imagine saying that imagine if Erdogan saying that Kurdish people don't exist. They only use mountain Turks. I don't know if he's actually said that, but that it seems to be the policy.
Yeah, maybe a bad example because he might have actually said that.
Yeah, but like, I just don't want to force.
I get it.
But like that would be
a Native American example is much better. If some very progressive, which I don't doubt exists, like very progressive young 112 Cherokee lady said, to assume that the Native Americans even exist is racist.
Yeah, it's like insane. That's fucking genocidal. That's like, so it's not like he is embracing being the majority. He's like rejecting that them being a majority is like even a reality.
I mean, of course, there has been migration from other parts of not just Europe but Eastern Europe. I doubt that that's the majority as of now, and I doubt that the 1 million that is 10% is the majority as of now. Maybe they have reached a point where, by someone's definition, the real Swedes are the minority, but even then they would still exist.
Yeah, indeed. Holy shit.
And honestly, they would still have a claim to the land because it is their fucking land. Like, they were nice that they let people in when they were in peril. Which, in my book, if you have that moral understanding of helping people, that makes them more worthy of owning the land. If they helped other people.
But also, like, they basically say that the only thing that counts is a passport, nothing else. There's nothing else to being Swedish in a passport, which isn't true, because if I might grow up wherever I grow up, right? And if I have kids wherever I do have kids, if I speak Swedish with them, they will still be Swedish speakers and they will still be of Swedish descent. So I don't see how.
Also, how fucking easy is it to get a Swedish passport? Like, do they just have different rules for the recent migrants?
Yeah, that's basically what the other Green Party politician wanted to do. She basically wanted they stay so long, so therefore they will be automatically naturalized.
Like, don't check if they speak the language. Don't check if they know the local law. Don't check if they respect the local law. Don't check if they have cared to mingle with the local people. Just check how many years they have been there. That's all that matters, right?
Yeah, exactly. But just to say, these people on the screen you see here, they are not in the Green Party. They are in the moderate. They are on the moderate party, and I know he is, and she probably is too. And he's like a Persian guy who is a moderate politician in Sweden. He's nice. I actually do like him. When I say moderate, I don't mean he's moderate. I mean he's part of a political party called the Moderates. So, yeah, and but who is like better than the Green Party, at least in my opinion? No, they are definitely better.
You can't just call yourself moderate. Like that's a position that you have to hold.
No, but they actually, like, I would say that
they're better. You say, okay,
but that's just
the benefit of the doubt.
Like, I think this guy, he's not. I like this guy, right? I think he's better than the party as a whole.
Not like that Pakistani or what he is, who said who can get rid of all the old Swedish artifacts.
But he's not part of the moderate party, and he's not Persian.
No. I'm just like he's not like that guy, right?
Absolutely not. He actually is very, very good when it comes to a lot of stuff. At least when it comes to immigration laws and stuff like that. At least, and he is like he's better than most. He's actually better than the average politician in his own party, I would say. And they're not. These people are in the moderate party. They're right wingers, or to the right of the Green Party, and they're better. They're good, but the party they belong to, they're better than the Green Party, which isn't like the highest way to There's not really that high bar, but they are better than that. Just so everybody knows.
It's like that's like quite typical that people who came from like our secondos or like first generation migrants that actually try, they are often most opposed to these proposals of just giving people citizenship without any effort, because they did the work, they did integrate, they learned the language, and then they like, why the fuck would you give that right to someone who didn't do shit?
Exactly right. He is one of these child immigrants or a long-term immigrant. I don't know if he was an immigrant or just, I think he was, right? But he's one of those politicians who are like, no, they should be restricted to immigration. And sometimes he did another interview with a YouTuber, right? Where that YouTuber basically, they were talking about that a lot of people, they wanted to have cultural communication when it comes to immigration, right? So a lot of Persians like this guy, right? They basically did that. So they basically could bust all the people with fake asylum claims, and the people who want to cheat the system, they hated that they employed a lot of Persians or other immigrants to check people when they try to immigrate themselves.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, it's a very good system, and he liked the system because it performed well, and so did I. He basically think of the system as I think of it, which is good.
Very well.
Okay, so therefore, I will just read out to you what they're gonna read. The Green Party is they're gonna read what the Green Party say. So they're the moderates. They're to the right of the Green Party here. We work for a tax on currency exchanges. We will also have an increased social control over pensions to secure good investigations that could give work and contribute to an ecologic, social, and economic sustainable development. Our long-term goal is an economy without rent. Yep. A rent-free society. Wonder how many countries have tried that to remove rent, and then they've always collapsed. The politician Rebo Hassan have been appointed by the Green Party, had then critiqued his own party relationship with political Islam. Money for work against Islamophobia having practiced been money to spread political Islam and cement clan-controlled parallel society with Sharia, police, and honor laws. He have done very political statements that are far away from what the party stand for. The living minister Mehmet Kaplan, he was on dinner with the right-wing extremists. The living minister Mehmet Kaplan was involved by the Swedish Turkic corporation. On the dinner, Sentuk was there, who is leader for the far-right Turkish organization Grey Wolves in Sweden. The organization have been accused of a large of murder, several murders charges. He said that he and Kaplan know each other. Barbaros Leilani was recently forced to resign for some organization with me here. He was present at the dinner. He was former vice president of the Turkish organization and was forced to resign for advocating for. It's hard to explain. When he basically said death to the Armenian dogs, and he was also present at the dinner. Kaplan secretary made it difficult. More
Uppdragsgivares närvaro på den här tillställningen. Kaplan har även under dagen varit i möten.
Kaplan had during this day been in meetings with the minister. Miligördis is an Islamist organization far away on the far right fringe who wants to conjoin politics and Islamist ideologies.
Ja.
Hur är det med den här organisationen
How do we put this organization Miligördis, who has been described as a deeply Islamist organization? How would you describe it? Other people describe it as an Islamist. They have a basis ideology that is about working with integration projects in societies. And they do a lot. They have sometimes questioned in other countries, but have not set these questioning in this country. They are an Islamist organization. They are an organization that wants Islam to play a bigger role in politics. They can explain that. You are explaining other Turkey-knowing people who live in Turkey describe Miligördis as an organization who want a bigger role for Islam in politics. They're standing for Turkish nationalism. They're against minorities' rights in Turkey. This is an organization who is in no way violent and advocate for violence. Your explanation is that this Islamist nationalist organization, this was an event that is very traditional. Did you meet the spokesman for Miligördis? Not very often, but when I was in Congress, that happened there and there. But more than that, but I don't really have that much time. How can this happen over and over again? We can weave a pattern around a statement, around a happening, and make it so that a pattern. Is it appropriate as a politician, a congressman, and now minister, to move within these circles? What are you saying to those people who mean that you are spending time with this organization and these people to share these Islamist values? This is part of the Turkish civil society. I mean that I'm moving in the civil society, within the Turkish civil society, have a lot of contact. Hi everybody! I have in whole my adult life fought for human rights, democracy, and dialogue. I feel a great responsibility for the government responsible. And I have known and know still today, and they have still trust in me. But we have end up in a situation where who I am and what I stand for have been questioned. And when these questions are in the way for my opportunities, what is necessary? That is why I decide to step aside. The Green Party is my party. The leading have during the last day shown that I have their strong support. I have a strong support for this party. Fridolin, have you looked at his Instagram? Look at his picture. When Fridolin, the same day he's stepping down, and he's celebrating Mehmet Kaplan. No, but there's only three people, the best people in the world, and they are Dalai Lama, Gandhi, and Mehmet Kaplan. I want to be clear that I don't doubt a second Mehmet's values, that he was a humanist. We know that Mehmet Kaplan is a humanist and a Democrat, an anti-racist. These values I would never questioned. He has his stand for. But he have extended dinners with far-right extremists. He has been on meetings with Islamists and compared Israel with Nazi Germany. And
Okay,
still you're
pause.
celebrating him.
Han är demokrat.
Yeah, he's a Democrat and humanist. You say he doesn't. He have also done something wrong and mistakes. We're all done that in our political journey. You have written that you are sad that he stepped down. It sounds like it's not his problem. Also, Ransom, how can you let this occur if you think Mehmet Kaplan is such a fantastic person? I think it's natural that as a party colleague and also leader of a party that suggested Mehmet Kaplan as a minister for the state minister to respect the minister that Mehmet Kaplan will take. And after so much battle to be able to work as living minister in Sweden, to have so much to give, it is still in this situation, with this situation we have now, and this picture that stands in the way for the work, that would be too much, and it's more important to step aside. I respect that. Genuine person that have stood for and stand for democracy and anti-racism, but you don't really think he should step down. I think we should respect that I share the picture. It is difficult to work as living minister during the situation with Mehmet Kaplan finding himself right now. We have been wanting to have a dialogue around the situation, and we're doing this all the time between ministers, between party colleagues and the government. He have a repeated contact with Mili Gudish, with the government Congress are calling anti-Semitic organization. It's very inappropriate that Mehmet Kaplan have been spending time with extremists, fascists, that he compare Israel to Nazi Germany. But in the Fridays, you said you have full trust in Mehmet Kaplan, and now he's stepping down. What's happened? You still have first trust in him, or have the situation changed? I don't want for a second. I don't doubt for a second that Mehmet Kaplan is a Democrat and humanist. I've known him for 20 years. I worked with him for 20 years. Gustaf Filon's age, 32. Mehmet Kaplan's age, 47. Tied in Green Party for Fridolin, 22 years. Time in Green Party for Kaplan, 14 years. I worked with him in 20 years. I think it's very sad. This happened. For me, he's a big role model and a person I deeply respect. Mehmet Kaplan left his post after massive critique for, among others, being visible for extreme right organizations in Turkey, and the party lead then. And all these Greens support the party lead's positions, and the other one doesn't. It's a statement. Did you say pause?
Yes. It gets a little much taken. So, strongly associated with the Grey Wolves. I know many people don't know who those people are.
Wait, can you talk about that for a while? I'm just gonna get something to drink. Is that okay?
Yes. sad
sorry.
because I'm not gonna get a reaction from you, but so
No, I basically know it's
Okay.
good. You can do it.
okay, yeah. So gray wolves, they are, unlike other groups, correctly, I assume, characterized as neo-fascist. They openly, they have like two positions on the Armenian genocide. It's either it didn't happen or it was the right thing to do. They do persecute the Kurds and Greeks and Christians and basically anyone who isn't the right way of Turkish in Turkey. And like that's literally what most people who call someone a white supremacist, most of the times wrongly, what they mean, what they accuse someone of. Like it is a nationalist, ethnocentric, radical right-wing group that literally advocates genocide, and it's beyond me how anyone could defend someone who is strongly associated. Like not just I was at this meeting where these people also were, but like no. It sounds like this man is either a member or a fan of the Grey Wolves, and that's like if a Green Party politician in the US, if they even had a functional Green Party, would say, "Oh yeah, I'm a member of the KKK," you know. I think I'm a humanist.
I mean, like Biden have said things like that about members of the KKK. He basically was a funeral one, and he called him a really close friend that he liked a lot and had a lot of values with, or something like that.
But the only thing I will give this Mehmet guy is like there are legit comparisons you can make with certain aspects of the Nazi German country and Israel with the treatment of the Palestinians and the propaganda machine. But I don't know which comparisons he makes, so I'm not gonna fucking defend that shit just because I can make some comparisons that make sense myself. That's all egregious. Like close to Islamist groups, and the fucking Grey Wolves is like, I don't know why nobody talks about that group. Like it's like Erdogan is there's even pictures of him doing the little thing with the hand. Like that's a, like fucking huge organization at this point that is constantly knocked, and then they say, "Oh no, he's a great human being. I admire him. He's such a great guy. I'm so sad that we won't be working together." Like, what the fuck are you? It resembles the comments that this I would say lady earlier made about the faggots and what was it?
She basically say, "What do you want to offend us from? A thousand German faggots?" Or that's the reason why she. That's instead when you talk about the defense, and then when she talked about, then she basically said the victims of Nazi German regime, how they treated the Jews, the gypsies, and homosexuals. She didn't say Roma, she said gypsy, which is like a slur. That was so fucking funny.
Also, 9/11 was just a happy accident, you know?
No, she basically said she basically said so bad about the accident that happened in association with Muslims during 9/11. People said, "What do you mean by that?" She basically said, "Oh, I basically just meant that 9/11 meant that immigration politics in Sweden became more restrictive because people were being less trustworthy of Muslims," and that was the accent. I'm like, so 9/11 happened, and the worst thing you think that is that it have a negative effect on Muslim people's willingness to have Muslim immigration in Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I'm not sure about the current official number. I think it was like 3,600 after they corrected it. Lives completely destroyed deleted, killed instantly, or like actually not instantly. Like it's even worse. I remember seeing 9/11 on television of the people jumping out of the windows, which is actually a reason why I would very much like to believe that this is all faked and a conspiracy, because like I remember seeing that footage and thinking, fucking hell, it was fucking traumatizing. And she's like, oh, it's so sad that people now are more suspicious towards like, no, they weren't. People weren't suspicious against any Muslims. They were suspicious of the ones that are more on the radical side. Like
Yeah.
you can't even fucking tell if someone's a Muslim if they're on the secular side, because it won't show in the way that they dress and act, because they're just another citizen of your country that happens to pray to Allah in the privacy of his home or in a mosque. Like, of course, people were worried about people who openly oppose Western society, even in a milder sense, because that's the same kind of school of ideology that the fucking idiots who flew those planes came from. Of course, that would happen. Like, maybe not be a radical if you don't want people to be afraid of you. I'm being a bit extreme here, I know, but this is not worse than dying. This is not worse than fucking spending half an hour in a burning building where the staircase is on fire, and you think, maybe I can survive this 100-meter fall, and then you take a fucking dive. This is egregious. Like, this woman should be really, really questioned.
Absolutely. And the worst part about it is that both she and Mehmet Kaplan, right? If you're a citizen politician in Sweden, you basically get taxpayer-funded pension for life if you've been in Congress for several amounts of years, which is like insane.
We should. I said this about my country. We need to stop this system. Like, this was all designed in a time where politicians were usually around 50, and if they didn't stay in politics until they got into pension, it was really hard to find a job. So it's like, yeah, we get a government pension so we don't become poor, which I guess even at the time was ludicrously bullshit. But we had a politician. She was like 36. She served as a federal council member for like 3 years, and she's been getting money for the last 20 years for 3 years of doing a shitty job. We got to get rid of that system.
But the worst part with the Green Party is that the party leader always in parliament, right? And the party leaders, they are always changing. Like, after a certain time period, they change one party leader to another, right? Which means that they literally are piling up there. And if you really want to say the economy,
you think that's intentional, that they just switch after they get after they have stayed long enough to get the government pension?
I don't know how the time frame. I think it's like about it's about 5-6 years, something like that, right? I don't actually know how long it is. But the point is that they are doing this. I never thought that was the reason, but now I'm going to have my suspicion that might actually be the reason why they do that. And I also have to clarify, when I said Minister of Living Space, I actually meant to say Minister of Housing, because the literal translation was it was hard to translate that literally, and that's the reason why I made the error. So
Heat
that everybody.
Of the moment, hindsight.
Yeah, and I was trying to like find out a better translation, but it was really difficult to do that in the heat of the moment. So I didn't really do that.
But do you think we should stop at the 1 hour mark? Because I think it's gonna be too long for one stream.
Possibly. We just keep going now, at least.
Of course. Let's just soldier through.
We had shorter. We could do this. We have just minute breaks. If you get set a pause, I'm gonna look at the clock. If it takes more than a minute, then I just keep going. We do
chance.
Israelis today are treating Palestinians in the same way. Okay. As they treated the Jews in Germany on the 30s. I think the proportion of these things is way too big. The thing is that he wanted to tell about something terrible, where he took something other terrible to describe how very terrible this thing is. And then it could be a lot of opinions about it was a good comparison, if it was a reasonable comparison, or it was a worthy comparison. Jasri Khan is president of an organization called Swedish Muslims something, and he have a close connection to the Green Party, and he's saying how hard it is for Muslims to become part in Green Party. And as a Muslim, he's holding a close connection with the idea of having no contact with women. He refused to shake her hand there. You see, she's gonna shake his hand, and he's like refusing to shake her hand because of religion. I prefer to greet in this way, and this is something I do because I experience it very intimate to take someone in hand. It's because I'm a woman you won't take my hand. It is because I'm how I've been raised. It is like physical contact with the opposite gender is very, very intimate. But you're a candidate for the Green Party Congress, and they want to unroot the patriarchal structure in our society. Do you also want to do that? Oh, absolutely. What is it doing that you won't take women in the hand? For me, it's a very intimate thing to do, to touch the opposite gender, and that's how I'm raised. But you're taking men in the hand. Why is there a difference between how you treat women and men? From the religious perspective, it is similar. If you look at halal TV, there were women, and then men want to take their in hand. It goes both ways. It's a religious, what isn't that religious? Is it body contact? Is it sexual intimate? It is physical touch. It connects to close family members of the opposite gender. I haven't been very active in the Green Party. I've been active locally and regionally. And there's never been a question there. No. This is a party who call themselves feminist. That they are feminist, part of a feminist government. And they have no problem with appointing a person like this, who is saying that he doesn't say hello to women. The only time they have a problem with it is if it comes up in the media. Do you think that Islam should be in Swedish politics? I think it's very important that Muslims feel included in Swedish politics. Return to the question. What role should Islam have in the politics? I think that, like it's very difficult to say. It's hard to say. A person who is a Muslim who have a suggestion, that person want to increase like a recycling, but because of Islamic values that they would that be an Islamist recycling? But if Jonas or Johanna were to have a recycling, what is the difference between that way? Would it be Islamist or Islamic if you have that value base for that? But if you have an alcohol, there's many people who want, for example, to abolish the selling of alcohol. But if somebody is a Muslim have similar opinions, would that then be Islamist? I think it's a question that is hard to say. You think it's hard to say? That's what you're saying? What role Islam should have in the Swedish politics? We can take an example that people bring up with the Minister of Alice Bah Kuhnke about separate bathhouses. She thinks it's very problematic to have separate bathing times for men and women. I think you need to see about the need. Both the women organization and Muslim organization, they need that they want to have it that way. Like one time in a month, it's not the whole world. But then you are considering to religion, among others. Then you have Islamist power, have put into place an old-fashioned what the democracy minister said yesterday. The work that women have done, then we are ignoring that. We have to think that way. That none of us were Muslims, and a women's organization said, ask for it. What would they say then? If a women's organization said it. I've listened and read about those work in the bath I've been saying. And some that they are the hard suggestions based on religious reasons. But because less problematic if people do it for non-religious reasons. That's what I'm asking you. What role should Islam have in Swedish politics? I feel that like humans who have a certain value judgment in the background would have in politics. Fridolin have said in politics, have very hard to try clash of cultures and how we should define diversity with feminism. You have a question. What do you think, as Muslim, as the Saudi Arabia executing atheist bloggers, and how this happens in other Islamic countries? Do you have anything to say about that? Now you're in a situation that you become spokesperson for Islam. It's like what they do, it has very little to do with me to do. But I can raise the perspective like Saudi Arabia is a state, and these countries are states. And those states' political interests, ethical, moral, what's called metaphysical, what's aspects, and then we can oversee how I can keep my power, and that can override what is the religious and moral value. And then you can, of course, opinion form the person who's going to want to keep power if they're furthering with the religious and so on and so on. But it doesn't mean, and that's the reason, and that's it. In that way, I try to say like, what Saudi Arabia and Iran do, that doesn't have to. A person who's a Muslim don't have to agree with that. Just like a Jew doesn't have to do what Israel does, and a Christian doesn't have to do what America does. What do you think about that? You're executing atheists, bloggers. That is, for the first, I think that if you're looking at the procedure in the juridical law, if you look at nepotism, things like that, before we look at the punishment, we should look at the security. For the security to be legitimized for the punishment, it's best for the security of the state. Because otherwise you can do anything for anything as proof.
Okay, pause, please.
And that's a problem. Before, yeah. I'm sorry, he's really bad at speaking. I'm sorry, but I bet
Yeah,
this is like
I could tell that he's struggling with his words specifically.
But this is like the easiest one to translate because otherwise people were speaking very concise and I had to translate quickly, right? But here, I
He's
basically translate
struggling.
word by word, and this still doesn't make any fucking sense.
So he's apologetic for the killing of atheists because that's just a different country.
No, because of security reasons.
Because atheists are so dangerous to those countries.
Exactly.
Why?
I mean, like if they have like a security reasons for doing things like that, then we need to see it from their perspective, and we need to make sure it doesn't have any security.
If they kill random bloggers for their beliefs, we just have to look at it through their own perspective that they think this is dangerous.
Yeah, if
So-
it's dangerous to the state, yeah.
And if they think it's dangerous, of course it's justified that they kill them, right?
He didn't literally say that, but he kind of implied it. Yeah.
He's defending it though. Like,
Yeah, I know, it's fucking crazy. And then he compared, he compared that and what Iran and Saudi Arabia is doing to what Israel and America is doing. And I think that I don't want to defend Israel and America all the time, but I think that's a bit much.
but it's just like he strikes me as like this nouveau vague, this new wave of like people who actually get listened to and have power, who have like he doesn't want to shake the hand of a woman. And it just reminded me when I was a kid, my little brother was in kindergarten and they had the nativity play, you know, like the birth of Jesus and shit, right? And kid who was in kindergarten with my brother, he wanted to play Joseph. Name was Yusuf, Albanian migrant kid. And the kindergarten teacher, she actually called a parents' meeting because she thought it would be problematic to make Yusuf play Joseph. And I like what his father said. If Yusuf wants to be Yusuf, then Yusuf will be Yusuf. Because he literally is Joseph. That's probably why he wanted to play it. And that's the good kind. That's the people who are secular about this shit. Like they don't fucking care if they're Muslim and their kid plays a role in a Christian nativity play because that's not a religious statement. That's just a kindergarten play.
Yeah,
and
also
the fucking handshake thing. Like, when female politicians go to Iran or Saudi Arabia, they always put on like the what's it called?
headscarf.
Headscarf. Like there's a different word, but I don't remember it. And then they won't shake their hands. They would just do like this little hand gest, like he did. And when they come, like we send our women to their country, they follow their rules, and when they send their politicians to our countries, they don't shake our politician ladies' hands. They only shake the man's. And like, isn't that not reciprocal? Like, shouldn't they also pay respects when they visit us? And he's like, I'm even a personality with some reverence around here, and I refuse to shake women's hands because I would only shake, like it's a very sexual thing. Like, he didn't say sexual, but it kind of came across like it's a very intimate thing. And I would much rather do that with my sister. Like, I'm not saying he's fucking his sister, but it's like this argument is fucking flawed. If women are filthy and you don't want to touch them, just admit that. He's like one of the worst kinds of hypocrites because he could just in this context he could admit that and they wouldn't disavow him. They would stand behind him like they did with the Mehmet guy.
Yep. And now we're gonna keep going.
Yeah.
This punishment is right. Sorry, you don't hear him. This is what I'm trying to say. Staffan. Sometimes the strong point to keep you short and concise, especially when it comes to question about human rights. It's obviously a crime against human rights to execute a person because the choice of worldview. Let me finish. You got several minutes now. But there isn't any but. There are no buts, real buts here. Well, then you can explain. I have been very clear. No, you haven't. I've been very clear with what I think. You're saying that I'm unclear. No, it's a question about religion or not. If it's about system governments or not. We're not asking about that. We're asking if it's right or wrong, and it is wrong. A Green Party member who are in the there are someone who is active within this region. He's called Al-Rifai. Have a pause because he supposes a strong, because I allowed a strong conservative Salafist speech in Malmö. These Salafists have been described as an inspiration for Osama bin Laden, together with this Green Party member. I don't hear this, sorry. It appeared very fucking understand them. In this movie, we can publish members of the part of the new board have been voted on. I don't understand what you're saying now. And it is not the first time this happening during the Green Party's meeting. It is a meeting for the party. You have to respect people. It is not appropriate. But it's violence against me from the regional government. The Green Party are usually fighting during meetings because of differences of opinions about a few members. A male congressman have critiqued young women for. They have it's been known for people in the leadership position within the party for at least 10 years that you will keep away from the congressman. This congressman, a person in the Green Party is telling us. The Green Party municipal congress in Stockholm are being under investigation. According to several municipal employees, this has been going on for several years, and it's been escalating recently. They have been appointed someone to do an investigation, to have a pause until this is finished. Green Party politicians from Umeå have been accused of rape of a young female student. The 49-year-old man has like no, sorry. They are investigating the Me Too accusation against a Green Party member. It is about the congressman Nilsson, who is being accused of molesting a party member. Do you mean during the autumn, during the Me Too, when these female party members, you see a picture of Instagram where she brought up several accusations against Stefan Nilsson from the Green Party. very serious accusations against this politician. He was accused of pulling up her baby's mouth and put his tongue in the baby's mouth. What the fuck? When the ministers were supposed to be appointed, they realized that you had no dark-skinned candidate. In fear about not seem inclusive, they tried to look for someone dark-skinned, anyone who could consider themselves to be a minister. Finally, they found someone who was both dark and willing to prostitute themselves for power. She became member in Green Party, and only 3 days later, she became appointed to cultural minister. Who was this bright star? God, this is gonna be fucking hilarious. My name is Alice.
Who the fuck is Alice?
You have the right to express your faith, but you don't have the right to violate, to oppress women in the name of religion. And what I mean by that, me as politicians and all official people, we should defend the women's rights. That's more important than to defend freedom of religion. No, but we need to keep both at the same time. Often it becomes like we have to choose either or. But that's very poor. We need to have these discussions. If we take a concrete example, the Prime Minister Le Pen this weekend in the Riksdag said in Sweden, we are greeting each other by taking both women and men in hand. What do you think about that statement? I'm convinced that the Prime Minister's purpose that we should treat everyone equally good, regardless of their gender or organ or their religion. I think it's central that we treat all people equal and equally good. What he's saying here is that in Sweden, we are saying hello to each other by taking both women and men in the hand. What he's referring to is it is important that treat all people in the same way, with respect, regardless of who you are and where you come from. And that view I share. I'm proud to have that we have gotten so far when it comes to equal questions. But who, of religious reason, are convictions or choose to not greet both genders by taking their hands. Should that person start doing it now? No. If the person wants to. It's a free country. If you have the right or behave the way you want. But when you are representing a party, if you represent the Green Party, then we also have demands that you're treating all people equally good. But the statement, the Prime Minister is stating that in Sweden, in here, we are taking men and women in the hand. This has nothing to do with a specific party. Oh no. But I'm not going to review what he said. Well, basically she avoided the question answering and saying something completely a non sequitur 4 times a row in the same fucking interview. I'm not reading what they're saying now, but the Minister of State doesn't seem to agree with you. I am convinced that he agrees with me. I think that what he was referring to was that you should treat all people equal. Oh, it's English. Now.
Right.
Slovenia are closing their borders tonight. We should remember that when refugees began pouring into Europe last year, it was Sweden
I'm so thirsty.
that opened its doors the widest, taking in the most per capita. Joining me to talk all about this, Sweden's Minister for Culture and Democracy, Alice Bah. Minister, welcome to the program. Thank you for inviting me. A sad statement from Mrs. Albright. But what I think that we need to focus on is how to help the refugees. What can we do now? Now there are several processes going on with Turkey and to help Greece to handle what they're doing right now for Europe. And we must be more countries in Europe taking responsibility.
If you don't mind asking, do you understand what she's saying?
It's a bit
Wait.
quiet, but I can
Not that one.
hear it.
Be more countries in Europe taking responsibility to help refugees.
We have to ask other countries. We must be more countries.
And we must be more countries.
Whoa.
Because, as I said, you did take the most in per capita.
Sorry for interrupting you, by the way. Didn't know it was going to be a text.
In terms of raw numbers. But what happens
Sweden needs to have more children so they can be more countries.
I know.
for you, like so many other countries, to start?
Ironic I had this shirt now.
I wouldn't say that it was people that turned against the refugees. It was a system. The capacity, the refugee reception systems wasn't enough. We need thousands of social workers. We need thousands of teachers. We need housing. People were living in tents.
Singular.
For 3 years, and during this time, we will build up capacity again to be able to help people, more refugees, to come to our country. Was there a lack of pre-preparation?
You can speak now if you want because it's English.
It's just very faint, so I don't want to talk over it.
The situation wasn't something that we could foresee. We were caught by surprise. Of course, the situation wasn't something that we could foresee. Since the last influx of refugees to our country, you talked about Bosnia, things have changed in our country. We are now a more polarized country, a more polarized Sweden. So, and it's not due to refugees. It was
Okay, pause there, maybe.
need to
Okay.
Like, she's mentioning the Bosnian migrants that they had in the early 90s, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Which was a cause of a terrible amount of crime and bloodshed until the gangs from the countries that they let people in from reached an agreement that they would not fight each other so much, so the police wouldn't get involved so much. Like that's how I remember it. It's literally they there was a huge amount of crime in the early 90s because of that. And the police, the state, the politicians, none of them solved. It was actually the gangs themselves reaching an agreement like, why would we kill each other? Why would we kill each other so much when we can just take from the Swedish? Just we will decide. You take from this part, I take from this part. We don't fight each other. We fight the government.
Why didn't I know this? I didn't know that happened. Jesus Christ. That's weird.
It's not talked about much. It's like the Swedish try to pretend this never happened. And they're probably in 10 years they will try to pretend like no, actually they can't. In 10 years this will be much worse. They can't pretend it never happened, but they will try.
Yeah, probably. I'm just gonna speed her up a little bit so that we have more time.
Sure.
to
do so much more to get people to come together. We need to educate. We need to create meeting places. We need to do more culture.
Why is it that you put such emphasis on human rights in foreign policy?
We are a feminist government. That's something that we have been very clear about, a prime minister and a foreign minister and everybody who is part of the government. And that is not only words. To be a feminist government, it means that we have a perspective. And when we do politics, in every
Had extra slow speed before. That's the reason why they were so slow in the past.
And boys and girls.
Give me some examples. I've never heard anybody say that we're a feminist government, I think you said.
Yeah. For example, when I'm looking at my do politics within the areas of culture and democracy, all the resources that I put in, I also must show for a finance minister in which way the money that I put into culture is benefits both women and men. So we put figures and everything. And
Especially the ones that are raped.
learn a lot. But it also makes things very clear on where we put money. And
She's fucking crazy.
that really benefits from the resources that we put in.
And is there any backlash? I mean,
She probably lives in a very privileged part of the country.
Of course, that's a politician.
We have a concrete example for our own country and the development that we've been through for 200, 150 years, and how we can see that politics and when money goes with politics and power, that we really create new working spaces, we create wealth in all different kind of perspectives.
and how do you explain very briefly that Scandinavia, Sweden has been way far ahead of the rest of Europe, certainly America, on putting women in high places? I mean, it is International Women's Day after all.
Yes, it is. It's absolutely International Women's Day. I think it's important to know that this is not something that will happen not doing nothing. You must really be brave and you must do politics about this. And when it comes to family politics, when it comes to resource politics, and when it comes to power, we've been very clear that this shouldn't be areas where only men benefit. We must also make sure that we are
That never was the case. Holy fuck, what world does he live in?
It's also like it's so typical of CNN to be uncritically interviewing a person like that.
Of course.
Like, oh yeah, we hope that the migration from South America will be the same as the migration from all of those countries to Sweden. Like, so you want mass rapes, no-go zones, types of crimes that haven't been reported in rural areas. That if you're down with that, I'm cool with that. If you want to, if you just inform the population so they can fucking leave town before you do that, that would be lovely.
Yeah, pretty much. They're crazy. Oh lord, lordy lord. Now I put on slow mode again because these people are speaking so fucking quickly probably because they're more bright than the Green Party members. We cannot see Alice Bah Kuhnke in herself. We have done various fake things. We were thinking. We just have to go into her Instagram. And you have to go there and look for yourself. Look at this clip. This is her Instagram, this politician's Instagram.
High value content.
This is Alice Bah Kuhnke when she has seen a movie that was good and then does her own movie, or when decided to pay attention to the Sami questions. She does this.
What does this have to do with Dolce & Gabbana?
I don't know how to react to that. It's a real person. And it is a minister. There are many municipalities who feel something about whose responsibility it is. Some people think it's security policy's responsibility when it is the municipality's responsibility. At the same time, we have to help the municipality with the chills. But it's a question that should be on municipal level. That's how the laws look like. But how should it be? Should it be that these 150 they have traveled to one of the world's worst terrorist organization. They're coming to our country and are released just just released, more or less. If it looks like that, shouldn't the municipalities take care of that? But now, how it looks today, it is municipalities where it works well, like Umeå and parts of Gothenburg. How many of the people have been de-radicalized? There are no figures of that. You don't know. No, nobody knows. How we knows is how it works. How do you know if it works well? We have examples for 5 or 6 municipalities where it works well, but we have many more municipalities in the country. If you have an example, how many have been part of de-radicalization programs? Too few. We need to do more. Do you know how many municipalities that you are bringing up, for example? It's about 20 to 30 people that we know who have been in contact with their municipalities and partook in individual plans, and that's too few. We have to work much better. We have to get this police of security, the police, the social system.
Pause, please.
Propaganda videos from the terrorist organization ISIS. Okay, you want to say what he said? Yeah.
Yeah, and also like, I'm pretty sure she means like 20 to 30 cases of like being involved with the program, because there's probably people who have gotten into it, dropped out of it, and came back. Because like she would have said, like, she would have phrased it differently.
Yeah, probably. Like she's like this is just a mess. And I
also like this level of incompetence, like, wow. I like, it makes me feel like if I had a time machine, I would tell myself when I was like 7 years old, go to Sweden and be a Green Party politician. You're smarter than those people.
Yes, you definitely were. And 300 Swedish police and security have reported that half of these people have returned to Sweden, and the minister answered how the returnees are being reciprocated. She was tangled in herself. There are municipalities where working well, like Gothenburg. Not much of that was correct. It was more like Umeå doesn't have any plan. They haven't worked with this at all. Gothenburg doesn't have any plans either. So a lot was wrong. The critique came towards Bakunke, have then got a lot of strength. And then the constitutional appointments have been calling her into questioning. It's been we have now information that she have been coming up with information that have been correct, and I think this is very serious. The Minister of State are considering removing responsibility from Bakunke to someone else, but the have apologized for the answers. She's apologized for the answers being wrong. It's been put to tone and pointed out how was spoken badly about she's talking about preventative measurements when it comes to honor-based violence. That wasn't the question. And for the second, honor-based violence They don't do much better than that either. It's a completely different question. It's not about returnees or about violent extremists. I don't understand why you bring that up in this time. What have this been? Well, it's not been good for her at all. Oh, fuck this lady! I can't understand her. She did a lot of statements that were bad, and she has tried to repair it since then. Oh lord, that lady was really difficult to translate. For the first time in my life, I gave up. For real. I have like never. Not that definitely. I gave up. And I turned to God and beg to make sure that Maria and that her children would get rid of this. That is ugly and horrible. I said word by word, please God, you who hear the prayer, I beg you, take Maria's children's life. This is not a life to live. This is just a question of time. That they will also start selling their body for a little alcohol. So let them die. Let them fall in sleep and never wake up. To wake up back to the hell they're living in. Because their life are meaningless. Speaking about selling your body. Waterfall have 5 huge coal facilities, massive machines. They're changing the landscape and moving whole villages. Here you can see the coal. Waterfall are making a lot of money about the German coal industry. At the same time, it's a lot of affecting the climate a lot. All our Swedish people are part owners of this. That are emitting a lot of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. This coal are going to be excavated here for many, many years. The 2 Czech energy companies are confirmed on Swedish television that they're interested in working waterfalls, coal caves that are running coal excavation in Czech Republic, and that these people will get new owners is making the Green Party. Well, I'll have to translate this for you because I understand it.
Wait, pause.
I'm sorry, I used pause on the wrong button, but when I was German, I didn't translate because you understood that. So
I didn't even realize it was too faint. But of course, like all of that coal energy is necessary because the Swedish will only allow electric cars by 2030. So they gotta get the electricity from somewhere. It's not like wind and solar will provide that. They committed to only have electric cars allowed on the roads in 2030 in Sweden.
Yeah, but politicians promise something just doesn't really mean much.
Of course, that would be insane. But if they try to do it, if they even want to make it possible, they will need dirty energy because Wind and solar ain't shit with the needs of an entire nation running electric cars. It's impossible to manage. It's
And also-
completely impossible.
It's also like when you are in the car, in not an electric, in a regular car, right? Then if you then you basically, it's like a muffled sound in the background, right? And that usually causes headaches for me, right? And also as well as stuff like that. It makes it hard to like watch things on your iPad, right? Or hearing your radio, stuff like that, right? When you are riding in a car that isn't an electric car. So, but electric cars are completely quiet. And in Sweden, they basically said, we need to make sure that the electrical cars are making sounds, even though they don't have to, because the regulator force them build a sound machine that they always admit sound, which is going to cost them, by the way, just so that people can hear it, so they're more safe. I'm like,
Yeah, to save
dumb.
pedestrian lives. Like,
it's so dumb. It's like the dumbest thing ever.
It's at the same time, it makes kind of sense because people often don't follow the rule that I learned as a child is you check with your eyes, then you check with your ears, and if you don't see nothing and you don't hear nothing, then you cross the road.
Yeah, but like you can see a car. The car isn't like an invincible, right? There's no reason. And also, like if cars want to do this, then they can do it. But why should the government mandate?
The problem is most people just trust their ears. They don't bother to twist their fucking head to the left and right. So because most people just go with the ears, they now say, "Oh, the electrical cars, they need to make like a noise, because otherwise they're silent killers." Like, well, maybe we could find a more sensible solution.
Yeah, I know that a sensible solution would be to like you just look for cars, because if you have electrical cars, then there is going to be, you have to look more, right? And that's like
that's been the fucking rule since I was a fucking 4 years old. Like, it's not like this is news to anybody. It's just people are idiots. And
exactly.
I'm not advocating for idiots getting run over by cars, but I'm not gonna invest like in technology to prevent idiots from getting run over. Like, there's a reason why there's a Darwin Award, right?
Yeah. The Green Party breaks their election vows. One of the Green Party's most forward was to the waterfall should dispose of German coal mines rather than selling them. Today, it was concluded that state-owned waterfall would sell German caves to Czech corporations. The Green Party said during the election that they will dispose of that. But now they're in the government, and neither Ramsson, this bitch, and Fridolin, that guy, are available today to discuss that they have not been selling, that they have not been disposing of it as they were saying. Together, we had something. We heard from Waterfall that they're selling the coal mines to Czech corporations. Well, that is the corporate boards. This have a lot of weeks. I understand it, and because it's about great reorganization within the organization, they're asking for a formal consideration with the government. We have been controlling a process about state-owned corporations. During this government, this historical way that Waterfall have a lack of a formal corporate board. But the question is coming in, it is the government that have to make a statement and act and do what the Minister of Nutrition, we're gonna make it thoroughly, and we need to make sure what the result will be. That the Green Party are opposing the all-wow election promise. That's pointing that the party have a secret decision with the Social Democrats which means that this will be trialed on a strictly business ground. And among others, the Minister of Nutrition and about the Minister of Environment, Ramsson, what the reason for the Green Party's complete turn on this issue. They had been counting on making anything else of importance. It was a risk to still be run over in this question. A third reason was that Ramsson temporarily was questioned after opposing the government mutual line. Many people are very disappointed, who would hoping that they will dispose of this these caves. These work is based in Germany, and they need to reconsider. They need to reorder their energy production, and successively, this is going to be depleted with the energy we have. Today is involving a great political risk. This would make it so that we cannot make such a good price as a compensation for these with more wisdom. Fuck, it doesn't make sense. There aren't really any economic reasons to sell these caves. For a lot of people, this has been very beneficial for the corporations. And it's a German agreement that from 2013 that they are making 9 million out of this. It's been very much, they've gotten a lot of money out of doing this. So there are no real good economic reason, nor any real good environmental reason to not deplete this mining, rather than just selling it to someone who will to do it further. And later the taxpayers and owners to Waterfall, how should they see this this business? It's done. The finance owners is not going to be the best. Well, then you can say it's the price you have to pay if this was part of a energy realignment. But now doing something that's bad for the economy as well as bad for the environment in combination. But what do you think they're thinking, the Green Party? Well, it must be a real loss. They have been talking about this entire election, and now they have to compromise on that issue that they have been running on.
A pause, please.
Oh Lord, thank you. That was harsh. Fuck this. A lot of these ladies, they are like very good at speaking. They're not like the Green Party politicians who are very slow and stupid. But the other people that's quick, you basically can't translate all that.
No, I'm not sure if I completely understood. So I'm guessing I might have understood that they've been selling mining rights to coal to other countries in Sweden, or
no, they basically sold German mines in to Czech. A Swedish corporation sold German mines to a Czech corporation.
So this Swedish corporation owned mining rights in Germany.
Yeah, and the Green.
Then they sold it to a Czech corporation, so now they're more green, even though those mines are still being harvested.
Okay, here's what I can go chronologically. There were elections. Green Party said the Waterfall, which is a corporation called Waterfall in Sweden, a state-owned corporation, we shall deplete the mining cave in Germany. The Waterfall was then selling these mining caves to a Czech corporation, which was opposite of what the Green Party said they were going to do when the Green Party was in power, right? And then the the Swedish taxpayer, Swedish state, and the Swedish corporation, they lost a lot of money, and people within the board, they got a lot of money, and they're still bad for and they are still going to do all the things. It's just that Swedish taxpayer had to pay for it, but now they're not going to get any benefits for it.
So the damage keeps getting done, and instead of benefiting from it, they paid for it.
Yes,
To a
exactly.
certain degree. And for the planet, for the environment, it makes no fucking difference. If anything, it's worse if Czech people are in charge compared to Swedish people.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
Great success for the Green Party.
Like when it comes to environment, they failed massively. It's so fucking amazing. They make it,
And they probably still buy the energy from the Czech people who mine that coal and burn it in the Czech coal plants because they need it.
Yes, exactly. It's so fucking stupid. I can't deal with this, dude.
It's beyond stupid. This is like 40 chess stupid. Like it's if you had a negative brain.
It is so fucking dumb. I fucking love it. Opinions are very clear today. We think that the coal is going to remain in the ground, and that waterfall should deplete. I'm sorry, I just had to cough there. I got something in my throat. Oh gosh. I'm so sorry, viewers. There aren't really any viewers, but still, I'm so very hypothetical imaginary viewers.
Potential viewers.
Yeah, potential future viewers. Holy shit, this is a messy live stream, but it's fucking funny as fuck. You're in the government. You have power. Why does this happen? The government can't reject a business if the Riksdag aren't the self behind it. It sounds like a desperate maneuver. Is the government have the utmost responsibility for governing waterfall? It's 100% owned collectively. The government can tell waterfall, you should not sell this mine further. But now it is business is what is governing. What is needed, we need a majority in Congress. And we are happy that the left party also engaged in this question. But it's actually all the other parties' faults. Like, but the Green Party is still in the government. But this is the price they have to pay to be in the government. It wouldn't be enough if the Green Party and Social Democrats were okay with depleting it rather than selling it. This is the fault of the majority in Congress. Wouldn't you try to get the majority? All parties have expressed their opinions about selling or depleting. And it was only the Green Party and the Left Party who wanted to deplete the coal. But it was a core question when it comes to your election. And now you're going to sell it anyway. It's a very important question. Because it's an important environmental issue. It is about one of our time's most important questions. We need to have a Congress majority. Our time's more deciding question. But you're in the government and you are selling it further. There is a greater chance we can get a climate minister on this question. But it is a broader political responsibility, and the other parties need to get along with doing what we want to do. So I guess the coal is not going to remain in the ground. What is it? We have seen that it's a very big environmental criminal. And I hope we can get a government majority and then replace them 100% renewable energy. So now the mining is going to continue. We have to clarify there are no decision about selling. Waterfall happened 1 year ago.
Why were they zooming in on her non-breasts?
This is why.
That's mean. That's mean.
Congress in Karlstad, an expert of the rulers of the Green Party are wrong when they're saying that the government cannot stop selling this coal energy to a Czech corporation. But the Green Party's coming ruler, what can she do to stop the Waterfall selling of coal mines in Germany? If you want to stop this affair, you have to something to do with the board member of Waterfall. From what I understand. Sorry. We can see what is the ruling. We're needing a majority in the Reichstag. There is only half truth, according to this woman. She's a well-known scientist of board of corporations. And the government could change the ownership directive. Could the government themselves stop the selling of these coal mines? Yes. What if it's very clear that they should deliver and they should work within the frames of the government decisions. Here, in Waterfall Board corporate agreement, that they should, oh my god, I don't understand this, that they should develop more green energy. They're saying that the profit isn't everything. Waterfall today, I needed today. You can't say that. This is about profit. You have to sell it for business reasons. No. It is a complete misinterpretation about the government ownership. The Green Party's suggestion could, in Good Morning Sweden, not answer anything about if the gas tax are going to increase the gas tax. Now you're trying to put me on the seat. I am just a suggestion. I'm just suggested as party leader. This is a question that is demanding that you are well informed about this question in order to answer this question. Are you? No answer to that question. She's that the demand from the Green Party, from the Social Democrats. Of course, we can have higher prices of fossil fuel, especially when the oil price is so low. But I can't go into any details or any specifics that are on the table right now. Maybe I can't answer yes. When you got elected 5 years ago, the question about file sharing was important. You went on to that you want to allow file sharing, that you should be allowed to download and share music and film how you want. But then the parliament wanted harder restriction when it comes to file sharing. Regardless, you voted yes to that, regardless that you said it should be legal. For the first, this was a non-legal resolution, and it's not strict legislation. Yeah. And it's about, in this resolution, it's written that file sharing for private usage should be legal, and that you should protect people's integrity online. And the big question when it comes to the whole about file sharing, we should not let the state monitor people online. That I'm very concerned about in many recent revelations. But you vote about the Gallo report that you voted no on. When I read that, it's very clearly that it should be harder regulation when it comes to file sharing. And you voted yes on that. It never says anywhere that it should be allowed for file sharing in private usage. Yes, it does. I want to suggest that it does. I read it today. It doesn't say anywhere. Okay. But I remember absolutely that it was saying that it was legal and we should protect people's integrity. But that was 4 years ago. And that was before we had Spotify. And before we had iTunes. Before we had Netflix. Which makes it so that people don't have the need for illegal file sharing. And I think this question is overplayed now. This is a report that's a very clear opposition, and you should let more police force to stop file sharers. It doesn't say anywhere that private file sharing should be allowed. And you went into election on a completely different note. But the Green Party stands up for the cultural creators. They should have the right to, that you should have salary for your work. It's about finding a balance between authors and others to have any right to their work in a digital world today. And this right we have been standing for. But your colleague, he was voting no on this report. But look at the Green Group. Not the whole Green Group voted against it either. This was a discussion about 4 years ago. 4 said yes to this. And now I voted and the Green Party voted about legislation. This was an opinion-forming discussion that was around, and I thought it was important to stand up for the artists. That you yourself have been written a successful book. I have been part of the journalist union, and I'm standing up for the copyright. Does this matter to the party program? Of course it mattered. Discussed a lot about this in the government. Very narrow. It's not going to be a surprise for the car salesman. What we stand for, as soon as possible, we need to go over to other alternatives. Rather to take the car.
Just pause that pretty quick.
Oh my god, don't pause! Jesus Christ, what's wrong with this? Holy shit, they basically are paused and then nothing happened. Holy shit. Oh, please talk, I'm so tired now.
You're putting a strain on yourself. I can see that. But so they said that they would want to make downloads legal, but then they voted against it.
I think that's what she said. Like, sometimes I don't really get what they're actually saying, but it's like,
because like making downloading stuff legal, that's good. Like I remember in 2013, the Europe. No, actually, it was earlier than that. I don't remember the year. The European Union Commission, they did a study on whether or not illegally just downloading content, movies, and music, whether it has a negative impact on sales of physical media and paid downloads. And the study showed the opposite, that the more people download illegally, the more physical media and downloads that you pay for get sold. It's literally a free marketing tool for media producers and copyright holders to have illegal downloads or semi-legal downloads, and to even at this point still talk about, like, it's insane, like how many countries don't do this. And Sweden, they say, oh, we support like this proposal to make this legal. Like, well, actually, we will vote against it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Of course, you should vote for it.
I mean, like, what do you think something wrong with people? I think that this whole video is an example of what is wrong with people in politics.
It's long list of, albeit focused on a specific party, but there's a reason why there's such a long video about this specific party and all of the things that they say and do that are wrong and crazy and stupid and fucked up. And that's the part that I kind of anticipated, because it's the Green Party. Like, they're usually the most crazy in the bunch.
They really are. This is proof that the Green Party are the worst, the literal fucking worst. These are like, they are crazy.
Also, like the thing I forgot about, like them selling the coal, the mining rights. Like, they must have been selling that at the time after Fukushima, where the Germans already had like this. Oh, we want to shut down our coal plants, because if the Germans weren't at that stage, they would have bought the coal mining rights back from the Swedish, or just say, okay, our contract is finished, we want to mine ourselves. But because the Germans are just as crazy, they just sell the rights to the Czech, because then the Germans can say, oh, we don't do that. It's a Czech doing that. Like, just before they could say, oh, no, we are not mining that coal, it's Swedish. As if that would make it any better. It's happening on your soil, even though technically, while they have the rights, it's their soil. It's like it used to be part of fucking Sweden, and now it's part of fucking the Czech Republic. But it's still happening on your fucking soil. Sorry?
Not that these Germans are giving the Czechs enough, but let us just talk about the Heimatvertriebene right now. Did I say it correctly now?
Oh, almost perfectly, actually.
Thank you. I feel so proud now. Can I say a lot of other things I'm gonna be proud of saying?
Oh shit, we still have half an hour to go.
This is one of the most filthy environmental cars you can, but they don't get any increased tax. But a regular personal charge have about 70 something. We need to remove the fossil fuel to 2030. That is the Green Party's goal. About this part, the cars that are around now, they are gonna keep rolling on renewable energies, and you can convert these cars to make them better. But it's about the motors. would that make it better? But if you're gonna go on 100% renewable, we are standing for our generation's biggest fight. It is not about the portemonnaie. It is about it's completely extreme. We're gonna talk about it later, but I think you can recognize this car. This is. Do you recognize it? I see it's some kind of pickup or something. It's a car that you got in your family. It's a very filthy environmental thief, and you have it in your family, and it's registered regularly as parking in Stockholm. It's my husband's car. He's a sculptor. He's working with stone, and he's driving 300 miles with this car. It's correct. And I got curious when you still have that. How are you thinking about that? Because it's such a filthy car. It's very good to tell that he's working with very, very heavy stones, and like that you're sort of overusing this one. Okay. The Green Party's truck. Next to like the like election rally, they have the election tents. This outside the Green Party's election tent. They have this car outside their election tent, and it's all the oil is dripping from underneath their own car. This is the Green Party's car at the Green Party's election tent during the election, and the car is ongoing, and nobody's driving it.
So environmentally friendly.
It's dripping a lot of oil here in their transport car. It's the Green Party's transport of election tents in this municipality. It feels kind of fresh, actually. Live as you learn. She's not gonna stop flying. She's also leader of the youth organization for the Green Party. Her boyfriend lives in London, and we're gonna meet up. One is gonna travel to the other one. The most important is what I do. I understand that what I'm saying in this, it's gonna be here in all debate, and now I'm gonna say, fuck you. It is cowardly a way to attack me. For her own trips, it's not about her boyfriend. In December, she went on a semester to Cape Verde. When you were there, did you think you'd fly there? Yeah, I was thinking about it. Then I remember it's not about my life, but about an economic system where rich men decide over. Then I rested a week in the sun.
Fucking bitch.
Some people are thinking they're trying to ruin the environment as little as possible. Yeah, they can do it if they want. You can change your food habits, but I think the big problem is it's too cheap to destroy the world. The oil you take up doesn't cost anything, and it's not going to change anything because me as a person do good in my private life. Ban things, tax things. It's not about me stop flying. It would be better to fight for policies that make it more expensive to fly. If you want political change, that you have to have the sense of build a fair or better future, rather than to say you suck because you fly. Your party leader, she's taking the boat rather than the flight. Yep, I took the boat here. but you went to Cape Verde on a flight. Oh, people are so interested about that. Yeah, you got a question about that. You said this it's not about your life, but about a big economic system where rich men are deciding over. I meant that it is allowed to make how much money you can without taxing, and then with having sell oils and flights without taxing. But we as individuals can affect a small part. We have to tax on a societal level. Shouldn't you live as you learn? I try to show that you can be engaged. It is very difficult. Many people here today have been flying because the ferry is so expensive. You do understand it's hard to make decisions as an individual. And that's because I don't want a system that doesn't take responsibility. If I don't take responsibility, it's up to you, and you. It's about all of us, regardless if it's difficult. We're gonna let politicians take responsibility. It's gonna be more effective without moralism.
Pause.
We are putting 750 million money. We have to have environment politics that are joining growth and development with environment. Are you really believing we can run innovations when we still paying for, when you have the flight completely untaxed? The only reason we can do something is if you're taxing what is harming people. To blame technicalities, that is extremely foul. And I think you know that's not correct.
Pause.
I need to ask you to apologize. The other woman, she's from Gotland, right? And they are like a really weird dialect that I don't really understand very well. That's the reason
Fair enough.
what she said. But I know it was good because I remember that. I couldn't understand that, but I couldn't understand.
There was solid points, but it's like, so she's saying like, a lot of the times, Green Party members, leftists, they say you just have to vote with your wallet to change the world, and she's literally saying, "Oh, but it's more expensive to do it this way, so I demand government intervention because I am cheap." Like, what?
No, but basically what she's saying is that there is so you need to tax people who take the flight more often, so that other people can't do it as much.
So,
but she can do it because she's richer than them.
Of course. So even if the flight became taxed so much that it costs as much as the ferry, she would probably still fly because it's faster and she can afford it.
Yeah, but well, technically she didn't fly to this place. This is Scotland, but she did fly to Cape Verde, which is like completely further away.
Yeah, that's where she mentioned, like, oh, it would have been more expensive to do it the more environmentally friendly way. So of course I did the other thing. Like you're arguing for self-interest, and then you say the state must impose barricades so people can't afford to do it, because literally most people don't even consider the ferry because they can't afford it, and she could afford it, but she says like, nah.
No, she did afford the ferry to Gotland, but when she went to Cape Verde, she took the flight.
Yeah, it's a hypocritical stance.
Yeah, because like, but you say you're allowed to make how much money you can possibly make. I'm like, of course you can. That's just being innovative. Like, what the fuck's the problem with you? Wait, you're in the Green Party. Never mind.
Exactly.
But they basically have to blame men, because here's the quick part. She's good. I'm fucking happy she brought Janet to that question, right? Because if the Green Party didn't make it illegal to reproduce for me in countries like Sweden, then why would I have to why then I could use be in Europe. Then why would I have to move back and forth to South Africa if their
Well,
politics exist?
Also, if they make it,
in that
sorry, go
country.
on.
I could be in Sweden all my life and then breathe. I didn't have to bother with Africa, but now I have to because I need to have a family, and it's not legal. It's so horribly hard to do that in a country like Sweden, right? Because of policies that they are in favor of.
Man,
If
you
it didn't
literally pay for with your taxes for other people breeding.
What you say?
You literally then pay. Well, it's nearly impossible to breed for certain people. You pay for with your high taxes for other people to breed.
Exactly. Well, I don't really pay high tax in Sweden.
Of course, like, but if you earned a lot, like just average wage.
To reproduce in that country because the restriction they have, and they want more restriction. Well, and the reason is because of gender. Like they want male, they want a woman to go to. I want to get pregnant and then live on taxes forever, but they don't want a man to have a surrogate, which is because they are female supremacists. Therefore, I say no. It's but if men are inside, they are inside for women's benefit, at least in her country.
Then if you ever had the interest to move there and work a decent wage job, you would pay up to close to 50% of your taxes to fund other people's babies.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be able to afford it because they make it so expensive for me. I wouldn't be able to reproduce there. Like I would have far easier to do it if I went back to South Africa. And that's the reason why I'm probably gonna go back to South Africa when coronavirus is. But let's not just talk about that because that's a very different.
Of course, like we're very close to finishing this, so. I just wanted to intercept that because that's fucking hypocritical of her. Like, of course I do this, but I don't want people to do this. But I will be able to afford to do this, even if they put taxes on it. Like, fucking hypocrite.
Yeah, and the reason why she got brought gender into question, it's like if I wasn't a male, then I could just live in Europe and be a parent. Like, but no, they have to make it harder for me. So therefore. Like I always wanted to respond to that point because it's fucking retarded. Like they basically it's fucking horrible. And now because if they basically made harder, like then it would be harder for me to reproduce because I would have less money. And that means I need to fly. It would be more expensive to fly, but I need to fly more often because of that reason. Just so you know that
they're so tolerant and inclusive that they basically say "fuck gay men."
Of course they do because they don't like people. Yeah, but they're forcing me to fly a lot. They are the reason why I can't just be in Europe. So yeah, that's interesting. They're completely. That's the reason why I don't give a shit about their fucking environment policy. It's like this. What we need is actually to have the reason. Yes, tax it then. Not with a tax, but tax it then. But we shouldn't have a tax that doesn't give any environmental effect. 80,000 ton carbon each year. The problem is that you are always punching the traveler rather than to look forward to have a environmental friendly transport. No, we are not the one strafing the travelers. It's the travelers that are punishing my generation. They haven't done their homework. The ferry is having more admission, 4 times more admissions. What do you say about that? I didn't know. The guy in the audience can answer. Someone said it wasn't correct. From Green Youth Party? And you from the Sweden Democrats Youth Organization? The point with the right of asylum is that people can go to a safe country and have your case tried. The problem with Australia is that they don't get it tried. They don't even get opportunity to ask if you are a question or not. Happening in Sweden is that we've taken in so many people that we don't know who we are, that we soon have more Islamists than Green Party members in this country. To all knowledge, the power struggle behind GMO is about this mass email this Green Party member from Falun have been strongly critiqued for having a link to a website that deals with conspiracy theories. For him, it's not about conspiracy, it's about pure fact. It's been Lindholm from the Green Party have been members sending this to other chairmen. In this mail, it was a link to GMO. The article was about GMO crops that suggests that all scientists are bought off by American interest groups. The article he was reading has been part of a strongly questioned online magazine. I think it's ridiculous. Why? People think it's ridiculous when you're sending emails? I'm asking you. Why do you think it's silly? But I'm asking you. But you're the one being interviewed. We think it's important that you get the chance to explain yourself. Why is that? There's been so much attention to this. What would you electorate think? Oh, whoa. Oh. Is it common that you're reading conspiracy website? I don't read any website that deals with conspiracy theory. I'm gonna post very interesting articles about science that are financed in America. Isn't that interesting? What to do with conspiracies? It's facts. You're being critiqued by your colleagues for this. People are critiquing me because no one is interested. You never called me and asked about if I've been appointed to something nice. If I've done something about something positive. You're never interested about something that works. You're all interested about throwing shit. But now this article was published on a Swedish website that was very strongly questioned. By who? By many politicians and your colleagues who meant that there's a website that have news about UFOs and conspiracy theories. What do you think about these people? Say to these people think it's strange. It's irrelevant. Well, that would the thing to do. How that would do with anything. What do you think about that your colleagues call you tinfoil hat? Well, they can. That's I don't know. I'm the only one who care about the facts. I only care about the science. They only talk about taxation. Are carrots grown upside down? I don't know. Then I look for it. I find out. I have to be able to answer questions people are asking me. Spokesman? Spokesman? Have a present, a gift for something that I made. We have made this. This is symbolizing the work that's been done in Sweden. It's about the ideas of the companies and about the the nurses, working nurses. It is about what we have room to bet when it comes to the budget. And the Alliance have decided how they will decide money. They're gonna put 1% on the climate, 2% on the skill, and 62% on lower taxation. At the same time, 12,000 kids are leaving schools without being able to apply for high school. We have promised the EU to have 115 year to catch up, and this is about priorities. I heard the Prime Minister saying lower taxes is not the answer for all problems. Now we need to put education first. But 2% on the school, 62% on lower taxes. How is that to put education first? I would like to ask Ministry of State, this priority, the Alliance priority, 1% on climate, 2% on skill, and 62% on of lower taxes. Do you think it's the same priorities as nurses, companies and teachers and industrial workers are interested in? Do you think that's how they want to use money? Has Mr. Spokesman, I want to ask you the question. Why you want to double the taxes for the paid by the people who baked that cake? No, I fucking said that. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. This is a question we are making decisions about. It's not about very many overriding principles, what we should do and not to do. We know what the EU can do, and they have showed much more interest in what they practice do and what they and this has been very unclear to many. Fridolin is just behind you. He's been a very humoristic attack on you. When you were watching Robin Hood, you don't want to be Robin Hood. You want to be Prince John. How do you react on that? I think that Fridolin is more like Sir the Snake, you know. It's not simple. We're in the worst refugee catastrophe since the Second World War. Of course, it's gonna be negative benefits of Sweden. These people that are oh my god, I can't keep up with this bloke. It's of course that we can handle this. It is about a population increasing about less than 1% each year. Here you can see the population 2014, and here is it called less than 1%, and here is actual increase. He asked for more time, has for more time, because he wanted the party to agree. At the end, we got to agreement to what we agree about. But we also agreed about what we disagreed about. And that was about limitations of profit. Now, you try, but we're still in the agreement that we shouldn't do that. If you continue, business as usual, Sweden could be 5 degrees warmer to 2100. Many in this chamber have children or grandchildren who will live when it's 5 to 6 degrees warmer. If you note, for the second child in a row. So the Green Party are promising better weather if you vote, if you don't vote for them. They want to ask what challenges Somali refugees are being challenged in front of, and difficulties with strict formal frames when you apply for a job, with requiring references. A candidate for the Green Party answered, "Yeah, we have to be much better in validating about working competence. A Somalian doctor can often not show appropriate papers on their education. Then we mean that you should have trial work a year and then get it, rather than now to take the education again." The Green Party wants Somalis to work as a whole year without paper that they have a doctor's degree. What safe I would feel if I had a Somali doctor without legit paper. I don't have to explain why this is a retarded idea.
Okay, pause just because I think you need a pause.
Oh my god, thank you so much. Do you mind if you talk about it, because I need to go to the bathroom?
Oh, I can't because there wasn't really any much there.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
It's all like very common sense. Like it was more of like a back and forth. So I don't know if I can talk much.
Oh, you don't have to. You can just I don't have to go to the bathroom, by the way. You can just say what you wanted to say, and that's fine.
It's just like there's been voices around here like, why would you subject those people who say they have this degree but they don't have any papers to show it? Why would you hassle them to take any more tests so they can work in this job, especially with doctors? Like, just take their word for it. Like, no, that would be fucking dangerous. People could die. And it's common sense that if there's a country that isn't in the I think it's still called the Erasmus program of this teacher kind of person, Erasmus. And if you don't have any comparison and they don't have any documents, of course the least you have to do is to test if they can actually do the thing that they say they can, because I don't want someone trying to remove my kidney that has never done that before. And it's not racist to say, okay, so you don't have any proof that you're a doctor, so we will have to put you through a year of not only just figuring out whether or not a person is lying, but to get them up to the standards of the country. That might take even more than a year, and that's not racist. That's just being cautious. I've seen what happened with I don't remember. I think it was in Hungary, where even though people are always like talking about, oh, Hungary they don't take in refugees and shit, like they did take in Syrian refugees that said they were dentists, and my aunt went there to get her teeth fixed, and actually they butchered her whole mouth. Like she had to get very expensive surgery to fix that, and her teeth will probably have to be replaced next year because they fucked up. And yeah, don't be an idiot about like trusting people because you have sympathy for their plight. It is not your job to put yourself at risk to prove that people aren't lying. It is always in your best interest to double check if someone actually has the qualifications to perform a surgery of any kind, and no one benefits from you suffering from like being a guinea pig to whether or not this person is for real.
Not to mention that, like, also, can you ask people to switch the conversation from Squan into the other chat when I keep talking, if that's okay? Because it's kind of hard to see
Yeah.
the video post if that's the case.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, but now I can keep this live stream, because the reason I was so quiet was because I was, well, I can tell you that later. I had a very good reason. But I was hearing everything 100%. And it's like, it does, if you can trial work for a year, you can get very hefty salary. So why wouldn't they just say that they have done it in the past? Like, what the fuck? It's so fucking retarded. Like, this is just dangerous. They're encouraging people to be dangerous. What the fuck? It's so fucking stupid.
Indeed. Like, seriously. Just the well-being of the people of whatever state you're in government in should be your first priority, first and foremost.
Yes.
If that's not your priority, you should resign, or people should vote you out, or even revolt, because that's something like this. Have you seen this thing with Joe Biden was like, America is back again, which literally means that the whole course of politics is like outwards again. Sorry?
Doesn't that mean he literally said he's making America great again? Oh my...
In his perspective, the way that it was when he was vice president was great. I mean, the people in Afghanistan and Syria and what have you, they wouldn't agree, but he's basically saying we're back to business as usual with all the lobbyists and Chinese and Israeli interest. Actually, fair enough. The Israeli interest was APAC. They were as strong as always with Trump, but the way that they deal with China, like he literally signed an executive order that Chinese companies can buy parts of the U.S. power grid.
Wow.
America is back.
Yeah,
it's not the good America, it's the post-Reagan America.
In one way, he have a point, because America, the America that the whole world are annoyed by and don't like, is definitely 100% back.
Yeah, the America I went to the streets and protested against when I was 16 is back again.
Exactly. He made America shit again. Okay.
Make America bullshit again. Please, go on. We are so close to completion.
That's true. A potential life-threatening problems. A doctor could be the difference between life and death. An incompetent doctor might not notice the same problems of cancer. And a potent doctor will notice. If you're gonna help someone giving birth to a child, if that doctor is a Somali who don't even have an education, it's a very big risk that child will die. It is why I absolutely can't understand. If I had said, I'm a doctor, but I lost my papers, I wouldn't be allowed to work as a doctor for a fucking year. It's been completely mental to allow people to do it without any evidence of competence. It's a whole devilish year. It should be a reasonable middle ground. Not that you just allowing someone in the doctor's employment without evidence. It could just as well been a Somali pirate. Can't all these Green Party members who are so horny of the idea of foreign doctors without education be the ones to go to these Somali doctors? You can try that in a few years and see what you think. It's unbelievable what kind of arrogance you're showing when you're suggesting a policy that you're not going to. Have you been to Stockholm subway? I think you recognize this decision. It is not. It's too much space, and it's easy to carry with you a lot of stuff, and everybody gets somewhere to sit. Yeah. So, therefore, the Green Party have suggested that we don't use trucks because according to the Green Party we can take everything that are transported with trucks into all the stores in the inner city. They can take all that carriage on the subway and then transport that to the store. Wonder if the value transport should be the same way. Yeah.
Do pause there.
Would got pretty interesting. Besides that, they wonder how this will go together with this other that you want to ban cell phones in the subway. So if there is a robbery of the cargo that they're transporting during the subway, no one can call the cop. The Sweden Democrats are proposing a proposition about how to demonstrate how much of Stockholm's budget goes to immigration. How are you using these people's taxes? What would you use this information for? You gave me this answer. You talked about Swedish children needing help, and that those who paying taxes need this information. So, like, these people moving here never pay taxes. I think that's so horrible. And to all, I want to say, please, child, you are welcome. Never believe something else. Dear, wonderful little child, you're welcome. The Green Party's new compromise suggestion that all single arriving migrants 2015 should have a new chance to stay. Today this government presented to give up to 9,000 single coming asylum seekers a chance to stay in Sweden. And now we have the suggestion the Green Party and the Social Democrats are not in agreement that more alone migrants should have the chance to stay in Sweden. These people who was chilled to stay when it comes in Sweden, but now are of age, should have a new chance to stay. The suggestion is that those who submitted their asylum application in the end of November 2015 should have a new chance to seek residence if they decide to apply a high school education. It is like a dark cloud. The question of the thousands lonely arriving men who were rejected and are going to be expelled. I am very happy that I can inform you the government can present a suggestion that may make it possible for the lonely asylum seekers who came before 25th November 2015 to have the opportunity to have residence. It is about 8,000 was rejected. The Norwegian safety department did and came to the conclusion that only 2 provinces of Afghanistan are unsafe. In the remaining provinces, the situation isn't that serious that the asylum seekers shouldn't be sent back there. This is also the position shared by the Board of Migration. Our judgment is that the conflict haven't reached a level where it's affecting everyone in the country. So the level that as law and praxis are demanding for all Afghan citizens should have the right to stay. Many Green Party members are relieved. This was very important for the whole humane Sweden and all those who have fought for this youth opportunity to have a safe future. It not handling this would be a failure on a core value, and they should push the Social Democrats to agree to this. As the Green Party are able to leave the government if they didn't went through with this. The Green Party have a great need. They've done a lot of retreats. The last, and now they want a revenge. The cost for allowing more people to stay are counted to be 400 million each year and 1.6 million next year. But first, with the high school law, they will give asylum seekers would not be rejected if they also applied for permanent residence, if they applied for high school. The border police make that all decisions of sending migrants back should be sent back. Yesterday, 18 asylum seekers should be removed from the police reservation in Scania to Kabul in Afghanistan, but only half went into the airport. One of them who want to stay have applied for the asylum because he was going to high school, so that the government could not expel him from the country. They also have a new trial, but according to the police, you only have to have a high school application in order to temporarily stop expulsion from the country. Then it doesn't matter if you are way too old to go to high school. The first interpretation is whoever can apply during the high school law, regardless of implication. Because of the application alone, they could stop the being expelled from the country by applying several times. The Afghan do shutdown in Väsby. They are celebrating 9,000 per resident permits. Oh Lord, I'm so tired now. Jesus Christ. I'm
Did you make it?
not finished yet. It is very brave for the Green Party. According to the Bureau of Statistics, about 18% of support for the Green Party have decreased from 18% to 5%. The Green Party have been sinking with the lowing with 1.4 percentage from last time, together with the Christian Democrats, are the smallest in the Reichstag. The Green Party get 4%. Are they around where they have been the line to be in Congress? They've been lying for several years. Its newest opinion poll research. This is the Green Party's lowest result ever. Last year, this was beneath the Reichstag's line. Now they only have 3.8%. Now it's gone downwards. They have been reduced to 3.6%. I think that the voters have an understanding that we as a small party in a minority government does not have the power to could you interpret it that way, that they think 3.6%, the Green Party might be the biggest crisis party in Swedish Reichstag. With the last EU election got 14%, more than 15%, and now they wanted to be the government's biggest party. And now it's the question if they're even going to be part of the Reichstag. We're making the ending of a question. If they have a TV series to send, Ebba Thor was telling that you should watch Seinfeld. Have you seen it? Of course I have. And you can send a TV series to the Green Party. Levine, do you have anything you want her to watch? I have no idea about this. I'm completely shocked. I do have a good answer, yeah. I had a very good answer I found out. I was watching Walking Dead. She should watch Walking Dead. You told her to watch Walking Dead. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Shit. You didn't hear me when I last said pause, so I forgot what I wanted to say.
Oh no. Oh no, you should have told me again. Oh no, that was so sad. I really wanted to pause then. I can tell what you want now, by the way.
No, I forgot because there was so much bullshit to unpack, but Jesus fucking Christ. I'm so glad that they lost so many percentage points.
Yeah, I should have mentioned the rule if I didn't tell again, because like I should have mentioned that would be, because I really wanted you to say pause. I was like, oh my god, please be a pause now.
I tried it twice, but maybe you were just too in the zone.
No, that's so sad. That's even worse than what. No, he's kidding. That's not that bad. But like, holy shit, that was so.
Maybe I just said it louder. Like, if we ever do this kind of shit again, I will just do the second time twice loud, like pause, motherfucker.
Yeah. Holy shit.
It's better for you too. Like, you're exhausting yourself. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
I need to drink now. Oh my god.
But yeah, like basically, this whole thing had a happy end.
What you say?
Basically, the video that you translated had a happy end. Like, they're a failing party. They're. I mean, I guess the only question is now the Sweden Democrats and the moderates, as they call themselves, are about the same percentage. Will they form an alliance? Or is the moderate party like, ooh, Sweden Democrats, they're Nazis?
No, they don't call it Nazis. They just the moderate party say last election that they don't want to, and the Christian Democrats say we're not going to work together with Sweden Democrats, and then they were like, and then some municipalities and some Landtag, they were literally saying, sometimes I use German words because it's easier that way, because like I don't bother, like I don't want to finalize English when it's more direct translation in German. You understand that? Then they were like, then they were in the same government, but not on national level. They were never on the same government. However, they have been working with the moderate party, the Christian party, the Christian Democrats and the moderate party have been working together. They have been officially working together with each other, and they have sometimes voting on similar issues with the Sweden Democrats, and they haven't like completely rejected the Sweden Democrats. They are willing to, like, because the alliance, when I said alliance also in this video, that is like the alliance of all the parties to the right, which include the liberals in the past, but the alliance is over now, right? And so therefore the they basically, the alliance would have gotten a majority with the Sweden Democrats, right? And the Sweden Democrats, they were saying that, okay, we don't have to be, they don't want to be in the government with the Sweden Democrats. Okay, but we can support a right-wing government without being part of it. And then we vote with the right-wing government when it comes to government forming, to have a right-wing party without the Sweden Democrats, and the Sweden Democrats would vote for that, and then they would have a right-wing government that the Sweden Democrats are voting for. But the liberals, the Center Party, were like, no, we don't want to be in power if that means we were voted in by the Sweden Democrats. Then I'd rather support a left-wing government, and then the alliance of all the right-wing government parties fell apart because the liberals exposed them not being
as an outsider, to me, it seems like this whole video explains why the Sweden Democrats even exist. They probably existed before the earliest clip in this video, but the reason why they get so many votes definitely is the fault of those crazy people.
But
any normal voter who actually is like, probably in the first place, oh, I'm left wing and I like the environment, I'm gonna vote for a left wing party or the Green Party. And they probably did that for a couple of years until they, well, oh wait, my cousin who lives there was raped. What does the ruling party has to say about? Oh, that's just a part and parcel of living in a Swedish city. Of course, that wasn't in the video, but it's how I imagine it. That they just like, oh, wait, fuck those people. I'm never gonna vote for them again.
No, why would they? It's like retarded. Like it's like, it's weird because all these people, they're like it's these. But did you see the fun? It was debate with that bitchy woman from the youth organization for the Green Party. She was debating a youth organization member for the Sweden Democrats, and he was like saying, because of your immigration policies, now we have more Islamists in this country than we have Green Party members.
Oh yeah,
that.
that's
like,
fucking.
It was so fucking funny. I was like, oh,
it's sad, but it's funny. But then it's sad, and then it's funny again.
That is like really funny. You're like, oh my god, no, he fucking did it. He did it. He said that. Oh my god, it's fucking amazing, dude. Jesus Christ.
If you're quote unquote most tolerant party is in power for a while, and the end result is that there's more people who would want to kill gays than are tolerant of gays as a result, maybe you fucked up.
Well, technically, neither the Islamists nor the Green Party members are very gay friendly. So I mean, I went that over pretty.
Yeah, that's true. Like maybe to the party members, that might not be a negative, but to the voters,
Yeah, but like the voters are basically being imported now, so I don't know how long that will last. Like,
there really is a question of if how like if they keep it so easy to get citizenship, they might just vote themselves into power. It's like 10% is too much, but it just really depends on how much people are actually participating in the vote. You know, like it's still 90% none, whatever you want to call that 10%. And I'm pretty sure there's still like secular people in the 10%. And there's probably a lot of people who aren't even aware that they have rights because they live in very weird structures.
that's so true. And like, it's like, oh my god, it's such a mess. Like, and I do believe. Like, funny that you posted a meme in the Discord that was in the video with Senator Palpatine. That's actually pretty funny. I liked it.
Oh, I just applied that because I literally told him, "Oh, we shouldn't. This is for videos. Let's move to the other channel." And the first thing he did was post a video. So I thought, like, that's ironic.
Yeah, that's actually really funny. I think that we should, like, we have been streaming for, like, I think we have been streaming for
This has been like 4 hours and we could have finished at 4 hours exactly if we hadn't overtalked it.
But now it's 4 months and 1 minute. So now 4 hours and 4 minutes we're gonna do. Bye, YouTube.
Hey.
Oh fuck, it's not ending.